Excellent. State Election Board will come to order. Good morning again, and welcome to the State Election Board meeting for December 10th, and hopefully not December 11th. The invocation will be given by member Janelle King.
Let's bow our heads. All right, I think Jesus is calling Dr. Jan on the okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right, let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, first God, we ask, Lord, that our prayer is consistent with the word of God and the will of God as we know it. We pray, God, for those who are in authority. We pray for our president. We pray for our governor, all of our elected officials. We ask, Lord God, that you give us wisdom, that you give us understanding and clarity today so that we can carry out the will of the people and accomplish the will of the people. We thank you, Lord, for bringing us here safely and just for giving us this opportunity. In your precious name that we pray, amen.
Like to ask member Jeffries to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a very full agenda of cases and hearing of a rule petition today. First, I am Dr. Janice Johnston, Vice Chair of the State Election Board, and will be serving as chair for this meeting and the hearing of cases in the absence of Chairperson John Verveer. I have tried to contact him as late as 8 o'clock this morning and have no word from him. I'm not sure what the personal matter is, and I'm concerned, but hopefully he will communicate as soon as possible. And with that communication, I'll be glad to share it with the audience here. And as mentioned yesterday, Mr. Verveer did not plan the meeting agenda, did not plan or participate in pre-meeting reviews of the cases for the meeting, and has not been in the State Election Board office for 5 months. I'd like to say just a few words about our staff, our wonderful, phenomenal, hardworking, dedicated staff. Autumn Miller, our part-time, now full-time, for a few more days, paralegal, has embraced and improved our open records request. She's detailed, meticulous, and professional. And I want to thank Autumn for wading into the ORR maze and simultaneously taking up many other paralegal tasks. Autumn, you have our gratitude and thanks. Jesse and Ann are our dedicated investigators. And what a team they are. When the Secretary of State delivered 250 completed cases to us 2 months ago, they immediately began reviewing the cases for completeness and quality. They've worked well with the SOS investigators and will add these cases to the new case management software program that they've developed for the State Election Board. Their case management tool will be valuable for record keeping, case tracking, and election process improvement opportunities. Thank you, Jesse and Ann. Hope Cohen is our faithful and adorable executive administrative assistant. She comes from a successful career at Waffle House. The labor-intensive, monumental task to plan and prepare a state election board meeting is a challenge, and Hope rises to the occasion. The newest accomplishment of Hope is using her technical skills to prepare a digital case binder that is flexible and saves hundreds of paper summaries. The trees in Georgia and will thank Hope personally. I think they'll write her a thank you note. This innovative and efficient way to produce a digital case binder is fabulous. I love Hope's initiative and desire for process improvement. As much as I love traditional paper binders, I have fallen for this versatile tool. Hope deserves an award. And if that isn't enough, Hope has been dealing with a very ill mother who is now on hospice. Hope has continued to work tirelessly for the state election board while caring for her mother at her bedside. But here she is today. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thankfully, God has been merciful and given Hope and her family a bit more time with her mother. I cannot say the same about the AJC being merciful and showing one whit of mercy or respect for Hope when they published a gossipy and petty story about the hiring of Hope by the state election board executive director. The AJC, heartless and pithy, should be ashamed of itself for its lack of journalistic respect and standard. No wonder it loses subscribers every year. The writer and editor of the paper owes Hope Cohen an apology. And finally, former Representative James Mills, our executive director, is the head of the management team. HR, he's head of HR. He's head of our accounting and budget department. He's the SOS liaison. He's the agency development team. He's the long-range planning team and the best honest election advocate in the state. Coming from serving in a significant role on the Pardon and Paroles Board, James brings experience, knowledge, connections to those on the outside, and the heart that is strong yet tender. James is a servant leader. Thank you, James, for serving the state election board as its executive director. Now, let's move on to the business of the meeting. First on the agenda is the hearing of public comments for the petition for a rule amendment. And James will call those that have signed up for comments. Please limit the comments to comments about the rule petition.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead at this time and thank you, Madam Chair, for those kind comments for all of our staff. And I can only emphasize how much I appreciate each one of them working with me. I will call out your names 3 at a time. If you are not going to speak in regards to the rule change, there will be a time for public comments at the close of the meeting in the agenda. So this is specifically to address the rule change, and I'll put you on a 2-minute timer. When you hear me say you've got 15 seconds, you'll know you got 15 seconds left. Okay. All right. First person is Janet Grantle. Did I pronounce that? Oh, Grant. Okay, I apologize. Janet Grant. Then we have Michael Beach and Elizabeth Hendrickson. If you would just make your way along the wall over here.
Good morning.
Now you are.
Okay, thank you. My name is Janet Grant. I'm a resident of DeKalb County, where I'm an area poll manager. I'm here to oppose the proposed rule before you today and to ask you to not proceed with rulemaking. First, this rule is clearly outside the authority of this board. As several of you expressed when it was presented back in October, the rule deals with the voting system that was designated in statute as passed by the General Assembly. As this board has already experienced, lawsuits are likely if you overstep your authority in this manner and will result in significant costs to the voters and taxpayers of Georgia and a negative impact on the credibility of the board. I hope that you have sought and secured opinions from the Attorney General's office and the Secretary of State Legal Counsel specific to this proposed rule before proceeding. Secondly, as a poll worker, I'm very aware of the emergency procedures that we already have in place in Georgia. These cover all potential scenarios of equipment failure, and poll workers are well trained on these procedures. Adding definitions for impossible and impracticable are not necessary for the legitimate implementation of emergency procedures. Rather, these definitions appear to be a backdoor attempt to move Georgia to the routine use of hand-marked paper ballots. As I stated in my comments to you back in October, with an effective date of July 1, 2026 to eliminate QR codes, a thorough analysis of the alternatives, including hand-marked paper ballots, is certainly a valid discussion. But it's the responsibility of the legislature, not this board. I hope that we see recommendations on this issue in the report of the House Blue Ribbon Study Committee on Election Procedures that's due to be released
15
later
seconds.
this month. Finally, I expect Vice Chair Johnston to again recuse herself from this vote, given the conflict of interest raised by her relationship with the petitioner, Sally Grubbs. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael Beach.
Hey, hi, I'm Michael Beach, poll manager from DeKalb County. The petition to change critical definitions of impracticable and impossible seems once again to be asking the board to step outside their rulemaking role to change definitions that could have grave consequences. This is a backdoor attempt to have the SEB substitute vague language that could justify giving the state authority to suspend the use of existing voting systems and move to hand-marked paper ballots. This doesn't improve security rather than open voting, even on election day, to complete chaos and partisan interference. It increases the chances for long lines, poll worker confusion errors, and ultimately voter disenfranchisement. The people who want paper ballots have already made this case to the appropriate body, the Blue Ribbon Committee on Election Procedures. Let's wait for their report in the next legislative session. Finally, we all seem to be worried that our elections could be rigged. Unfortunately, they already are through extreme gerrymandering, the legal way to rig elections where legislatures draw the district lines to pick their voters and secure their seats rather than voters picking them. Both sides do it. It's about retaining power. The gerrymandering in this state has led to less competition. Only 7 of 236 state assembly seats are competitive, resulting in everyone's vote not counting equally, minority voices being diminished, incumbents not listening to all constituents, and elections decided in primaries. So legislators don't need to compromise outside their base. This is how we end up with boards such as this that are hyperpartisan and, as the Blue Ribbon Committee itself said, dysfunctional. The latest nationwide poll shows that the majority of Americans by party, gender, race, age group, income, and U.S. region think that gerrymandering is unfair and should be illegal. So join Fair Districts Georgia at fairdistrictsgeorgia.org and let's take back our elections. Thank you.
Your time is up. Mr. Beach, what part of that was about the rule change? Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Hendrickson, and then we have Raquel, Lena Paz, and Vernon Cruz, I believe it is, if you're here. Okay, you may begin. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I'm from Cobb County. I urge you to reject the petition to revise Rule 183-1-12-02. The motivation for this rule proposal did not come from the local professionals in charge of conducting elections. They already know when they can and should use emergency paper ballots based on current election code. This proposed rule would allow the SEB, a group of political appointees, to overrule local elections professionals, those in the best position to decide if an emergency exists. This proposal clearly oversteps the authority of the state election board. The legislature codified the use of ballot marking devices and strives to have uniformity in voting. In the case of Republican National Committee versus Eternal Vigilance Action, the Supreme Court of Georgia ruled that the SEB cannot make changes to the law. This proposal would be in violation of that ruling. Subjecting elections officials to the uncertainty of this proposed rule would lead to the confusion and human error that others have mentioned. There's little time now to create the procedures that would be required and provide additional training for the poll workers. The likelihood of running out of the correct style of ballot at an early voting location or a precinct, or a voter being given the wrong ballot, will be much greater. Sally Grubbs, one of the petitioners who submitted this proposed rule, raised funds for Dr. Johnston's legal defense. State ethics laws prohibit the acceptance of any gifts or services where it could be reasonably inferred that the purpose is to influence the conduct of the board member. Even if Dr. Johnston has allowed that money to go for other purposes, the service of setting up the account has been rendered. Therefore, Dr. Johnston should recuse herself from the deliberations and voting on this proposed rule. This rule would not
15
improve
seconds.
election security or accuracy, and it would create new risks of partisan interference and disruption to the elections, which would result in the loss of public trust in the system. Please reject this proposed rule. Thank you.
All right, and if you would just, is it Raquel?
Is it Raquel or Rachel?
Well,
I don't want to take someone's spot.
okay,
but
no,
you can
is
find
it
me
Rachel Glover?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I'm,
No, you're fine. You're fine. Okay, thank you. The ACLU of Georgia works to ensure voting in Georgia is easy, secure, and accessible for every Georgian. Georgia law already provides clear and detailed emergency procedures for election equipment. Today, I urge you to vote no on the proposed amendment to Rule 183-1-12.02. The potential impact of this rule goes far beyond the intentions of just providing further clarification. Georgia law already outlines voting machine safeguards under OCGA 20-2-281, 334, and 379, creating protocol for using paper ballots in emergency situations. This board does not have statutory authority to expend or reinterpret those emergency triggers. Rulemaking cannot override the legislature. This proposed rule seeks to further define when use of voting machines should be deemed impossible and impracticable. However, it expands authority to vague, undefined officials and allows subjective decisions based on unfounded legal theories to override clear statutes and court rulings. That is a sweeping and dangerous expansion of power. The rule sets no time limits, resolution procedures, or guardrails. An official could force counties to switch thousands of voters to hand-marked paper ballots days before an election, with little to no time to prepare, and the rule offers no guidance if the machine issue is resolved. That isn't emergency planning, it's manufactured chaos. It also ignores accessibility requirements under HAVA. If most voters are moved to paper ballots under our current system, voters with disabilities would receive a different ballot style, creating a very real ballot secrecy problem. That risk is unacceptable. The rule's vague terms like objectivity, infeasible, and other circumstances will lead to inconsistent county-by-county interpretations and expose the state to legal challenges because it undermines uniform elections. If the board wants to strengthen elections, the answer is not granting vague new powers to persons whom our elected legislator did not include in the code. The answer is machine prep and optimization, regular equipment maintenance, rigorous testing, backup machines, and rapid response support. Georgia voters deserve clarity, consistency, and trust. For
5
these
seconds
reasons, I
left.
urge you to vote no on this rule. Thank you.
thank you. All right, let's see, next is Lena. And then after that, I believe we have Ralph O'Connor, Nicole Wessel, and Joy Wasson. If you're here.
Great.
Okay, you may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lana Goitia-Paz. I'm the Senior Georgia Campaign Manager with All Voting is Local Action. I'm here today urging the board to reject the proposed definitions of impossible and impracticable voting conditions under this rule. While the stated purpose of this rule is to provide guidance on when counties may need to use hand-marked paper ballots, the actual definitions are so broad and subjective that it would dramatically expand state-level power over local elections operations. As written, the proposal allows the state election board, the Secretary of State, or a court to declare equipment impossible or impracticable for use in nearly any technical, logistical, or perceived security concern, even on election day. The definitions of impossible and impracticable are written so broadly that they could be interpreted inconsistently across counties, but more alarmingly, they could be used to justify state intervention under nearly any circumstance. This is not a narrow contingency rule. It effectively creates a new mechanism for the state to override local decision-making, despite Georgia law already providing robust, reliable procedures for emergency ballot use when equipment fails. At the board's October 22nd meeting, even members of this board acknowledged that this proposal may exceed the SEB's authority and would likely require legislative action. Recalling Member Jeffrey's words, quote, "We need to get with the guys across the street and get it put in law," end quote. If members of this board recognize that it does not have the statutory authority for this change, there's no legitimacy to move forward. Local election officials are the best positioned to determine whether equipment can function safely and effectively. They know their facilities, they know their poll workers, and more importantly, they know their voters and they know their needs. Shifting the authority to politically appointed state officials risks arbitrary decision-making,
15 seconds.
inconsistent county-level application, and deeply harmful disruptions. Point blank, this rule does not enhance election security. It increases uncertainty and opens the door to political interference at the exact moment when the public needs stability and trust.
Time
these-
has expired.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Ralph O'Connor, and I believe Veronica Cruz, is Veronica Cruz here? Okay, I'm sorry, Victoria Cruz. I was trying to read it and I apologize.
Good morning, Board. These comments are offered based on my experience for the last 4 years as an election day poll clerk. I have comments on specific paragraphs. Paragraph A4A, human readable votes. Would the board interpret this to mean the current printed ballots with QR codes are not human readable? If so, then as soon as this rule becomes effective, our current voting equipment would immediately become unusable. Paragraph A4B and B4, it's impossible or impractical to protect ballot privacy. The polling location where I work on election day, we deploy the machines sometimes in staggered rows so that the sides facing the poll workers, poll watchers, and waiting voters do not have visible ballot marking devices. For the 4-unit carrier, this is one long side. For the 2-unit carrier, this is the side with a scanner and one short side. I know not all polling locations do this, but it is not impossible or impractical. If necessary, the hingeable wings around the ballot marking device could be narrowed to 90 degrees to increase privacy, or 1 or 2 ballot marking devices could be closed if they can't be positioned to protect voter privacy. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, Nicole.
Good morning. My name is Nicole. I'm from Barrow County. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I want to talk about the proposed rule and what could actually mean in practice. Georgia already has laws that explain when counties should use paper ballots if something goes wrong with voting machines. Those laws are very clear and they're already working. They cover emergencies, technical failures, and other real concrete situations. What this new rule does is push things much further than the law ever intended. It tries to create new definitions for when machines can't be used, but those definitions are so broad and so subjective that they open the door to decision based on opinion instead of actual problems. Another big concern is that the rule does not set any limits. There are no timelines, no process for resolving disagreements, no plan for how counties should suppose to handle a sudden switch. In theory, a single decision could force counties to move thousands of voters to paper ballots right before an election. Counties simply can't prepare for that without notice. The wording in this rule, things like objectively infeasible or other circumstances, is so vague that every county could interpret it differently. That means voters in one county could have totally different experience than voters in another, and that goes against the very idea of having consistent statewide elections. And we all know what happens if a county has to switch to paper ballots out of nowhere. Lines get longer, poll workers get overwhelmed, ballot handling becomes more complicated, results take longer, and voters lose confidence in the process. Georgia already has a system for emergencies. It works. We don't need to complicate something that isn't broken. I asked the board to think about how this rule would play out on the ground and how uneven and confusing it could become for
15
voters, counties
seconds.
alike. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joy Wasson.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed rule, which clarifies existing Rule 183-112. The proposal is consistent with existing law. It doesn't suggest a new method of voting. It makes more explicit what impracticable and impossible mean. It explicitly allows the Secretary of State, the SEB, and county election officials to provide voters with hand-marked ballots if touchscreen voting is not functional or not currently consistent with legal requirements. It clarifies when to use existing backup systems that have already been deployed in numerous counties without incident. A case was heard here yesterday involving a county that couldn't get equipment working before polls opened, but voting commenced on time with processes poll managers are already trained on. Backup ballots are marked and scanned immediately by the voter without any need for new or separate scanners, scanning software, or ballot boxes. Using backup ballots does not require separate accounting or storage or the kind of follow-up vetting that provisional ballots require. Our lawmakers did a good thing by requiring QR code removal from our ballots, but failed to assist with the implementation. The Secretary of State has failed us by thinking that he can ignore the legislative directive and all will be fine. Please give the state and counties the option to provide legal, defensible voting systems for their voters. Approve the clarifications to 183-112.
Thank you, Victoria. And then I believe we have Marilyn Marks after.
I'm Victoria Cruz from Oconee County, and I support this proposed rule in its intent. The foundation of our constitutional republic is the right to choose our representatives through elections that are free, fair, simple, transparent, and verifiable by every citizen, regardless of their education or means. The consent of the governed, expressed through the sacred act of voting, is the sole legitimate source of government authority. When any system, technology, or cabal, whether domestic or foreign, subverts this consent through fraud, coercion, complexity, or obfuscation, it's the right and duty of the people to reject such tyranny and institute reforms rooted in clarity, accessibility, and public oversight, all of which are lacking in our current election system. The integrity of elections conducted with hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots under the watchful eyes of the citizens is the cornerstone of a free republic, and no machine, bureaucracy, or unaccountable actor should stand between the people and their voice. The history of recent electoral practices in these United States reveals a relentless pattern of abuses, all designed to erode the sanctity of the vote and usurp the will of the people. These are many, including but not limited to the reliance on complex electronic voting machines, which obscure the counting process, lack transparency, and expose elections to manipulation, distancing citizens from direct oversight. The systemic exploitation of legal ambiguities, like impracticable, weak oversight, centralized control, and unaccountable technologies has created fertile ground for fraud under the guise of efficiency. For these reasons, I support the intent of this proposed rule to enable election officials to reject impracticable, unsafe, unsecured voting processes. Without change, citizens cannot be certain
15
that elections reflect their will. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marilyn Marks.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Marilyn Marks, Coalition for Good Governance, and I speak in strong support of the rule. It's entirely consistent with the Georgia Supreme Court's eternal vigilance ruling, just as the court had told this board that it upheld the Dropbox surveillance rule because it implemented statute without expanding it. This rule does exactly the same. It merely operationalizes the General Assembly's directive in 21-281. It gives counties and this board the uniform guidance that they urgently need to ensure that elections are conducted legally across all 159 counties. Right now, impossible and impracticable are undefined, and that vacuum invites 159 different interpretations. That is exactly what eternal vigilance warns against. This rule provides the guardrails that are necessary to meet this board's statutory duty under 21-231 to ensure uniformity and legality and purity in Georgia's elections. The federal court has already spoken directly to this board, clearly on the point of your authority under 21-281. In 2019, your predecessors actually went to federal court told Judge Totenberg, oh, we don't have the authority to act under 21-281. We don't do anything with impossible or impracticable. Judge Totenberg rejected that argument and called it meritless. And I think many of the people who have spoken here today haven't read the ruling. She relied on the 11th Circuit's Grizzle v. Kemp case
15 seconds.
in confirming this board's duty to compel compliance with the law. And that's exactly what this rule would do, is enable you to do that with uniformity and consistency. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Any? Madam Chair, that concludes all of the comments.
It includes all of the public comments concerning this rule petition. Bear with me a moment. Let's make sure Member Gazal would like to be present for the presentation and vote on this rule petition. So we'll see if we can connect her by after the presentation. Thank you. We'll proceed with the presentation by the petitioners, Sally Grubbs or Jean Dufort, whichever one of you wants to speak first.
Good morning. My name is Sally Grubbs. I'm the first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party, but moreover, I'm just a concerned citizen, concerned about our elections. It is an honor to be standing here today to present information on this rule proposal. But first, I would like to commend the board on the meeting yesterday. I watched very closely, and it was extremely well run. It flowed very well, and you addressed a ton of information and cases, and so job well done to all of you for that. So there was a letter that was sent by the Georgia Republican Party concerning this matter. They strongly support the pending petition. I can reference that letter, but first I'd like to say that yesterday evening I was speaking with an attorney about the case who had spoken with someone else who was involved in the Curling case and also involved in the Eternal Vigilance case, and said, well, you know, many of what things, it's such a crazy world because this is a bipartisan effort. I have worked with two great Democrat counterparts on this rule proposal, all in an effort to see that we have free and fair elections in Georgia. And then I see Democrats get up here and talk about how this is some kind of a threat to democracy. But as we saw, I drove through South Georgia this week, and I still see the devastation of the hurricane that went through. And I remember there were elections ongoing at that time, and I didn't see any Democrats standing outside polling offices saying, we must vote on the BMDs. We cannot vote on paper ballots. They were willing to vote however they could vote. And there does need to be guardrails about what impossible and impracticable need to be. But I know as a board, you're sitting there going, we have threats of lawsuits. This board is always going to have a threat of a lawsuit, because if you don't pass the rule and then a situation arises, guess what? You're going to have a lawsuit. And the failure of the structure down here at the Gold Dome to support you as a board is not your fault. You are still bound by the laws of the state of Georgia. So under Eternal Vigilance, the SEB has the authority to pass the rules consistent with the existing statutory structure. In other words, the SEB can pass rules to implement and enforce the election code, but it cannot go beyond, change, or contradict the statutory scheme. The Georgia Supreme Court found that 4 of the SEB's rules were invalid because they went beyond the statutory scheme. For example, the examination rule was invalid because it permitted election board members to examine a broader list of documents than the statute permitted. Now, I'd like to interject here and say, Member King, that I felt your frustration yesterday over certification and the inability for Fulton County, our star student in elections in the state of Georgia, to provide tabulator tapes or to provide signed tabulator tapes, but people are still expected to certify. So we have all kinds of contradictions, and we certainly don't want to add to any contradictions, but it's frustrating when people say, well, you can follow this part of the law, but you don't have to follow that part of the law. And which part of the law is important? And all of the speakers that spoke in opposition of the rule, I didn't hear them reference what the law said. There was inferences, there was insinuations, there were common talking points that I'm convinced some big, great director in the sky of the Democrat Party put out talking points for them to say, but they didn't actually address what's in the law. The one rule that the Georgia Supreme Court upheld was the Dropbox surveillance rule, which is a rule that I presented. The statute already required Dropbox surveillance. The Dropbox surveillance rule merely specified how to implement the surveillance requirement. The same is true of the proposed definitions. The statute, Official Code of Georgia Annotated, Section 21-2-281, for anyone who wants to reference the law, that's 21-2-281, already requires voting by paper ballot when the use of machines is impossible or impracticable. The proposed rule simply provides a uniform definition for the implementation of that rule. So we have the QR code issue, which is still not being addressed, but that law doesn't go into effect until July 1. So we have an upcoming primary and we have elections currently right now that are ongoing. So when we look at the actual law and we go to 21-2-300, when you go to subparagraph 2, it says a lot of words, and then it says that elections in the state of Georgia shall be conducted with the use of scanning ballots marked by electronic ballot markers and tabulated using ballot scanners for voting at the polls and for absentee ballots cast in person unless otherwise authorized by law, provided that such electronic ballot markers shall produce paper ballots which are marked with the elector's choices in a format readable by the elector. We are already voting on an illegal system. I know that may be shocking to some people, but everyone who likes to say this is the law and we need to follow voting on BMDs, you're already illegally voting. So at which point do you determine that the law actually matters? Then if we go back to what Section 21-2-281, voting by paper ballot when use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable, it says, in any primary or election in which the use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable for the reasons set out in Code Section 21-2-334, the primary or election may be conducted by paper ballot in the manner provided in Code Section 21-2-334. This is the law of the state of Georgia. And for a lot of people, you need to get acquainted with that. See, this is the law. You can put that on the front of the AJC. We have submitted information. My colleague, Jean Dufort, has more to say, but the threat of a lawsuit does not abdicate this board from doing its job. And this board needs to define the rules of what determine impossible and impracticable for reasons that we stated when we presented the rule. And so I would ask that, that you be brave, be of good courage, and pass this rule today. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dufort.
Thank you, Sally, and good morning. And thank you all for being here, right? Showing up is 95% of the game. I'm Jean Dufort. I am the chair of the Morgan County Democratic Committee. I'm also a member of Indivisible, Georgia 10, and hoo-hoo, we won a big election yesterday. Did anybody pay attention in the 10th Congressional District? Thank you, Eric Gisler and team. Sorry, you can. So the Morgan County way, the Madison way, is to practice good governance, cross political divides, be clear about the things we don't agree about, but focus on good governance. And that's what drives me to be here today. I was speaking with Rachel from the ACLU last week, and I said, I am not accustomed to standing on the other side of what the ACLU is telling people. That is not how I roll. But in this case, I'm going to stand my ground, as it were, because of all things, the conduct of elections needs to be as trustworthy and as smooth as possible. And, we've talked about impossible and impracticable and how exotic it seems to be to put definitions in place. It is ironic that one of the claims we hear is that our standards are vague. Well, what do you think impossible or impracticable and the phrase or for any other reason? Those vague enough for you? That's what the legislature passed over to you to do now. Your job, the fundamental job of rulemaking, is to give a little more specificity and a little more life to what the legislature has said, because the legislature has the entire state to govern in all kinds of topics. It can't get specific about everything. That is the function of rulemaking. And so you're here to do your jobs. And as Sally said, we think, our attorneys think, that the lesson from eternal vigilance is the more important lesson from eternal vigilance is, what did they tell you you positively could do? What did they affirm, right? The world of what you can't do is a very giant sea. So you could go broke guessing about that, but you don't need to, because they said you can do something. Absolutely. You can, you can give life to a law and a rule that I don't particularly like, right? Dropbox surveillance, from my point of view, is solving a problem with a bunch of costs at the local level that don't solve a particular big problem. But it is the law in Georgia. And then you did your bit to come up with some procedures around that. And eternal vigilance said, good work. You can do more of that. And that is the spirit in which we see defining impossible or impracticable. So I'm just going to say that about that. There's another word that hasn't been mentioned much today. It's a really important word, the word meritless. Anybody want to guess what meritless means? I'm thinking it means doesn't have merit. And I'm going to use you in the proverbial like kingly thing, the royal you, right? I don't mean you people individually specifically, but you, the state election board, went into court with some pretty fine attorneys and argued mightily that it can't possibly be the SEB that has any responsibility about upholding the legality, the legal use of a voting system. Oh no, that is to the counties. And we love counties. Shout out to Jennifer Doran. In Morgan County, we love our election director. She's a fine election director. But the federal courts heard that argument, and they called it meritless. They said, of course, your entire mission, what did you do all day yesterday? You heard cases where the law wasn't followed correctly, and you passed judgment on that. And that is what you spent an awful lot of your time on. And the federal court said, of course, there's no special exemption for what the legislator said about the voting system compared to all the other things you do every day in your job. Of course, you have to be in that chain. And local election directors have to be in that chain. It's not either or. So if you're worried about somebody chasing you down over making a rash decision, I would put disobeying an explicit 11th Circuit ruling on this very question pretty high up on the list of things you wouldn't want to just rashly go out and violate. They have looked at this question with your attorneys and answered it. and they've said it's meritless to consider you're not in the loop. You are in the loop. You have both the duty and the responsibility for the conduct of legal elections in the state of Georgia. So on the authority thing, I think that's a thing. It's disheartening to hear, especially folks from my own party, exhibiting so little confidence in the ability of our election directors to conduct safe and orderly elections. As recently as last month, in the November election, in Morgan County, one of our precincts, the equipment didn't work, and we just started handing out, our poll manager and our poll workers handed out paper ballots until it could get resolved. And we went back and forth and back to normal. A well-prepared county, you have not had in front of you a well-prepared county for violating in the case where emergency ballots need to be used. You have had cases in front of you where counties who have not trained their people and have not put the required 10% of ballots in their precincts on election day, and its equipment failed. You've heard that. I mean, Spalding County in 2020 was kind of a big notorious one, right? So failure to train and prepare is a different question. That's an operational question. But I have not yet seen any single county that takes the current existing emergency ballot rules seriously and prepares properly. I've not seen any lines, any voter problems, any confusion. I've not. And the question of whether a poll worker who's entrusted with checking voters in, checking their ID, that they somehow can't manage to hand a voter the right ballot with the proper procedures and checks and balances in place, that's insulting to the people who man those check-in stations, quite frankly. But we do need some operational rules to go along with this. Once you pass this definition rule, because that's what this is, it sets a framework, it would do well to put some operational rules in place to go along with it, similar to the way we have an emergency balloting rule right now. Did you know? Have you looked in Sally's book? Try to find the word emergency ballots in it. It doesn't exist. The word is backup ballots. And do you know what the one example used from the legislature is not a thing that happened on election day unexpectedly. It's a ballot building problem. It says what happens when you can't fit all the candidates on one page of the ballot. That's not an election day question. Ballot approval happens before we begin logic and accuracy testing, before we begin early voting. That's the example that the legislature gave you. So clearly the legislature has contemplated. There are a variety of reasons why the primary method of marking your ballot isn't usable. And here's what you do. You go to backup ballots. And then they put that phrase in for any other reason. And between who the heck is going to argue about impossible and impractical and what that means, and who the heck wants to imagine if for any other reason, that's the birth of our rule. Is it perfect? Is it literally spell out every single possible thing that could go wrong? Of course it doesn't, because you couldn't. But it certainly is a lot more of a guardrail, a lot more specific, likely to lead to more uniformity of decision-making with 159 county election boards, with you, going to put you all on the same page in a much better way than two undefined terms, impossible and impractical, and the hanging phrase, if it isn't this question of ballot building, for any other reason. So I'm feeling like we should welcome, as we go into a year, I think the one thing we pretty much all agree on, probably all of us in this room, is that things will come up in 2026 that we can't possibly anticipate right now, right? There's drum beats in the air. Don't do this, don't do that. What are they going to do about 189? What about the executive order? You know, the world is full of surprises as we go into 2026. Let's get prepared in advance. Let's not hit election directors with big surprises in the middle because of court orders or whatever happens at the last minute. Let's create some guidelines, framework for decision making. let's do some operational rules, like pass this today because it's already December. And, we already, I think just yesterday heard an announcement there's going to be another special election coming up sometime soon because we had a resignation that was announced, I think, yesterday, right? And then it's going to be primaries. So waiting for SB 189 to me doesn't make much sense as a real plan if your goal is to make sure we conduct legal elections. So it's legal. The federal courts told you you have a responsibility. You stand in that queue of people. The law is quite clear. Chair Fervier from this dais in this past year has said on the ballot secrecy thing, yeah, we kind of all know it just isn't always protected. We've been trying for 5 years now, and it isn't always protected. Kudos, is it you, to the guy who's got a polling place where it is. But I'm here to tell you, in 159 counties, with 5 years of trying, really hard trying by most election directors, it is not possible, and it is not routinely offered to every voter. And our Constitution standard of ballot secrecy isn't if you can. It's just you have to do it. It's not optional. It's the law, right? It's just the law, as is our right to know what vote we're casting. It doesn't help. If the law says you've got, federal and state law says you've got to be able to see what vote you're casting, it doesn't really help to have what's the new word? Double blind. A double blind system that afterward proves that probably, possibly, maybe it was true. At the moment you put it in the scanner, you have the legal right. Georgia voters have the legal right to know what vote they're casting. And that is not the case in Georgia right now. So that's the inconvenient truth part, right? It is certainly controversial to put in one rule the things the legislature said about the legal compliance. That is inconvenient because we've spent 5 years with the myth that says you have to use BMDs for in-person voting no matter what. And that is not what the legislature said. The legislature said, do it as long as you can comply with the applicable laws. And so the rule, it's not dictating anything, but it is shedding light on what the legislature said. And I don't see how you get in trouble for doing what the 11th Circuit directly told you to do after your very good attorneys made every argument for why you shouldn't be in that queue. 11th Circuit is clear. You're in the queue, right? So that's one part of the law. Who's got the authority? And the other part is, here's what the legislature said were the legal conditions for use of the system. And here's some operational examples that go beyond emergency, because if anything didn't fit with within the framework of eternal vigilance, it might be the invention of the word emergency and the construct that somehow the backup system was only meant to apply to operational emergencies on election day in polling places. And that's what it's become because that's what we've lived with. That was a rule that got written, well, right before COVID, right as we were inboarding all of those equipment, right? And so that's what we've lived with. I mean, I've stood myself and argued about use of emergency ballots before I went back and said, what does the legislature have to say about that? And they said, emergency ballots isn't a thing. The SCB invented that term. So it's not uncommon why we think about it, but under the current eternal vigilance framework, you making a rule that limited what the legislature said, here's this example we're giving you of ballot building and for any other reason and comply with the law. And if you were to take all that and turn around and say, we propose it's only for operational emergencies on election day. Think about it that way. Wouldn't that be kind of an odd thing? You're taking this broad protection, this broad caution about the conduct of legal elections, which is your responsibility, and going, yeah, no, it's not all those other things. We're going to ignore all those other things. It's only this. If anything, that's the oddity. This definition rule just takes what the legislature said, puts it in one place, defines who has that authority and responsibility, and it must be followed by operational rules because people who are calling for that are not wrong, right? There need to be some guardrails. If you're going to surprises with being able to print enough ballots and all that, that is a real thing. So operational rules, yes. But anyway, we'll take any questions if you have them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Grubbs and Ms. Dufort.
Dr. Johnston, can I just reference for those who are purveyors of the actual law, 21-233.1 reinforces in paragraph A, the state election board is vested with the power to issue orders after the completion of appropriate proceedings directing compliance with this chapter, prohibiting the actual or threatened commission of any conduct constituting a violation, which order may include provisions requiring the violator, and then it goes on. If you guys did not have the power and authority to do what is requested in this rulemaking, then how was anything you did yesterday appropriate? So I just want to remind you that you do have the power and authority, and we would appreciate your favorable adoption of this rule. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open up for the board's questions now. Ms. King? Yes. Is Ms. Gazal, or Member Gazal on?
Yes, I'm on.
Member Gazal, we'll open up to you first for questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. I was able to work with this team for many hours on developing the language, and I understand the intent behind the rule.
By the way, thank you so much to the voice in the sky. Thank you so much for working with us. It was a pleasure, and I appreciate your insight and your expertise.
Thank you, Member Gazal. Member King, questions?
So I listened. I still don't know what I'm going to do. And the reason why is because I see it literally from both perspectives equally. From the side of the lawsuit angle, let's start with that one. The reason why I do have reservations is because we have been hit with lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And one of the things that I always say is, so what? It's lawfare lynching, it's what happens. That being said, I'm trying to process whether or not a lawsuit will hold up progress, because that's what I see happening, is that we'll pass it, a lawsuit will be filed, then that puts a stay on everything and it locks everything up. And now the legislators have an out. They can now say, oh, we're under litigation, so we can no longer, we don't have to do anything. And so I'm thinking about that. On the other side of it, I heard a lot of specific words during the opposition speeches, words like uncertainty, confusion, complicated. But these are coming from not necessarily the individuals, but there are also people who say this, who will reject this rule, but will also support things like ranked choice voting that can't be explained in 2 minutes. And so if you can't tell me that it's complicated for people to write on a piece of paper, but it's not complicated for us to put our faith and trust in some type of system that's going to rank our votes and determine for us and spit out the results, and then all of a sudden we have to accept it. So I throw out the terms complicated, uncertainty, all that stuff. It's just political fodder and just jargon. And I also agree with a comment that was made by Victoria Cruz regarding the people having to step in when those who we put to be agents to represent us don't step up. So now we're kind of forced to be in this position. They're here because our legislators passed a bill, a rule, a law that our Secretary of State refused to follow. And as a result, we are now approaching a deadline that happens to fall in between elections, which is already ridiculous. However, we're now kind of forced into this position. I'm concerned that we are going to put ourselves in a position where we are no longer able to do anything. Now, I was told that there's some method that's being considered that sounds very bizarre to me as it relates to some type of, I think you mentioned like double, I don't even know what it was, but it's some method that's being considered that's even more complicated than ranked choice voting. And so I have concerns about that. So when I am weighing is whether or not we could add this to legislative requests from the board, demanding that, well, not demanding, but asking if Member Jeffries, because I know you have a lot of relationships there and you former, could work with them and as far as ensuring that this rule is a part of the legislative agenda in January. So I'm toiling with that. Or whether or not we should just go ahead and pass it, move forward and see what happens. So that's kind of where I am, and I'm hoping that I will come up with a decision in the next 5 minutes.
May I offer you a couple of things?
Yes.
And so, first of all, I understand all the things, but what it always comes back down to is what's in this book, what's in the law. There was also Attorney General Opinion 97-3 by Attorney General Michael Bowers that said, yes, paper ballots should be able to be used. There should be no prohibition about that. And I have a copy of that if you need it. And I agree. I think things should be put into legislation, and I think Member Jeffries would be more than willing to seek that. The only two issues are, number one, it would have to be fast-track legislation to be effective for the primary, which gets us into a timing issue. Because, and then we're also still resting on, will the governor sign it? Will he not sign it? So that's one of the issues. And then, secondly, I had already made that request to a legislator and did not get a response. And, you know, like Victoria said, you know, people stepping up when people fail to act and that kind of thing. It's kind of been out of necessity. There are people that run towards house fires to rescue people, and then people who get in their car and leave as quick as they can. And I tend to be one of those to run toward the fire. This is, in my view, it's not something that can really wait, but if you give me a no other choice, yeah, that would be what we would have to do. But it still comes back to what's the responsibility given by law to this board.
Madam Chair, she said basically what I was going to say. I was up here a long time. It's crazy working up here. You know, if we started in the Senate and it's got to go to the House, they're going to make a change. And is the governor going to sign it? I mean, that's the number one question. And if he don't sign it, probably while they're in the session, it won't go into effect for the primary. And that's going to be a huge election. Governor race, we got U.S. Senate, we got all kinds of stuff coming up. So I'm kind of torn between it. I'm kind of like Janelle. I say we pass it. And at the same time, I can get with some senators and I can get them to start working on it in the ethics committee, and we try to push it through. But it all depends on the House and the Senate and all that. I'm willing to take a chance on it because I think it does make sense. And that's kind of where I stand on it.
That helps me a lot because as I was thinking, and you're talking about the process, it does help to provide guidelines for our legislators to say, you know what, we've kind of already defined it. All you really have to do is build it out. And I also think that there's something to be said about us standing on our laws and what we can do. Uniformity is a key component of what we do. And my concern is that if our legislators who, you know, with all due respect, has already dropped the ball on this, if they drop it again, we now have county election officials who have no clue what to do. So there is a responsibility that I personally believe that falls on this board to lend some support to our county election officials so that they can have something to hold on to in case they do have to implement paper ballots or they have to do anything that requires them to carry out the election. So I think I have my answer.
Well, in all fairness to legislators, you guys are in the trenches. You're here in the weeds. You are going through these investigative reports. You are seeing the result of what happens that they don't often see. They're busy legislating. They're busy doing those things. You're busy doing these things. So in all fairness to them, sometimes they just don't know.
Madam Chair, I do have a comment to make. I don't have any questions for the presenters. So,
Member Gazal, you have a comment?
yes, I have said many times all along that I am in theory supportive of the use of hand-marked paper ballots. I will repeat, this is not the appropriate vehicle for that. And specifically under OCGA 21-2-334, the legislature has granted the authority to determine what an emergency what impossible or impracticable means solely to the county superintendent. This rule violates the non-delegation doctrine that was laid out in internal vigilance action and is a general doctrine for regulatory laws. It grants the authority to make this determination to, among others, this board. And that goes beyond what the legislature has allowed in statute. So we are putting ourselves at risk again of getting swatted back under the very precedent that was created to constrain the authority of this board and every other board. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Member Gazal. Executive Director Mills, do you have a comment or anything you'd like to add or a question?
I don't really have a comment, Madam Chair, except I will say, you know, when I was brought into this position, it was my intention to help this board focus strongly on the cases and be very cautious with any rule, just simply because you put yourself in the position that we talked about. Legislation can be written in such a way that it becomes law, you know, with a certain date in the bill, which that might be something to consider if they do decide to go the legislative route to make it with a date specific.
Thank you. And finally, some comments from Vice Chair Johnston. First, a reminder to those that are here and listening that the eternal vigilance case was really an issue about rulemaking. And I'll remind the audience that 7 of the 11 rules were adopted. 7 of the 11. So rulemaking authority of the state election board has not been prohibited or canceled. And the Georgia Supreme Court rewrote decades of rulemaking precedent just for that case, citing new hurdles to jump in order to proceed with rulemaking authority. And I appreciate their input, but still, in spite of that precedent change, 7 of those 11 rules were adopted. As far as paper ballots, we have the paper ballots we have. They're not really paper ballots, are they? We have paper that we vote, that we receive and put into a scanner, but it's really not a paper ballot. We don't mark the ballot. we don't see our choices marked. We can't go back and audit and see some individual person, voter, who has marked that ballot for audit or forensic review. So we call it a paper ballot, but it's really not a paper ballot. It's kind of the elephant in the room. It's still, it's an electronic voting system in the guise of a paper ballot system. Additionally, we've had many comments, and I thank all of those that took the time to send in letters and comments and emails. We did receive one letter from a legislator in favor of the rule petition, and a letter from Chairman Anderson and others that opposed the rule, and a letter from the Attorney General that opposed this rule petition. In my humble opinion, this rule needs to be addressed, or these definitions need to be addressed by the legislators. This is their job. This is what they need to do. I would love to write this rule and adopt this rule, but this really is the duty and job of the legislators, and we need to put the pressure on them to perform as they should in legislation and making statutes that are appropriate for Georgia elections. So I would just like to offer those for comments and ask if there are any other, if you would like to respond, either of you, you're welcome to.
Well, my question would be, and I understand your point on eternal vigilance, that we had more success in getting things passed. People want to focus on the negative instead of focusing on the positive. So there was some good outcomes with eternal vigilance. It's amazing to me, people like to use that as the boogeyman of, eternal vigilance. I'm scared. That is somehow barring adoption of any other rules. And I agree, the legislature should address it, but that does not negate the responsibility of this board in adopting rules and providing guidance to the counties. The counties are also out there trying to do their job. And, we went through, when we initially presented the rule, of things that were impracticable and what is impossible, and some things that are, that are impractical aren't necessarily impossible, and vice versa. This is life. It's messy all the time. Things happen. And it is your job, regardless of what the legislature does or does not do, it is your job to provide guidance to the counties and to make those rules. And I know you guys are under attack. I know that there is a movement to dissolve this board and to absorb things back into the Secretary of State's office, which would be a tremendous travesty. When you have elected officials in the position of governing over how our elections are done, let's talk about elephants in the room. That's a big one that I won't even go down that path right now, today. But this is an innocuous way to help the counties and provide guidance to them. And even if you want the legislature to do it, which I agree, the legislature does need to do it, that still doesn't negate your responsibility and your obligation to the people of Georgia when it comes to voting and how that's carried out and the guardrails that are needed for this situation.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one short note, if I might. My first career was in retail. And one thing you learn in retail is the doors have to open. They just do, right? There's a time and a cadence. And election administration is like that. Somewhere right now, some election director is preparing, probably a couple of them, because it's a state Senate seat, for a special election right now. Soon enough, preparation's going to start for the primaries. So we can do two things at once. If you believe that there is nothing in our definition that doesn't express what the legislature has already said. If you don't dispute that the legislature has said, here are some conditions for the legal conduct of elections, the legal portion of this, if you don't disagree that the sort of the procedural sections are not unreasonable, right? Then in terms of, I know doctors always look at like do no harm. What is the harm at creating a uniform understanding and guardrails right now, while you also confirm to the legislature, here's some things we think you might consider in what you do in your upcoming session? I'll tell you the harm of doing the reverse, of just choosing to wait for them, because waiting for somebody else to solve this problem is very familiar to me. We've been at this for a very long time. So you could pass the buck. People in your seats before you have passed the buck, right? Who's harmed? Voters are harmed. Voters across the state, voters in 159 counties are harmed by every day we delay making it clear what the law says right now, today, not what the law might be in the future. You're welcome to talk to them and try to influence that. And, you know, your executive director and member Jeff, they know very well how that process happens, right? So do work that end of it. Yes, yes, and. But are you willing to live to make the voters wait one more day for this controversy to be resolved about whether or not the legislature said the system may be used, the electronic voting system may be used as long as it complies with law? Should we wait one more day for that clarity? I would suggest we shouldn't wait one more day, and we should work with the legislature on improving things. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
One question, and this is kind of an open question. When we say that this is legislative duties, what specifically are we referring to? Like, what are we saying that, you know, the fact that we're defining the rule is something that we should, I'm trying to figure out where are we stepping out of our space? So we're not changing anything that's, you know, dramatic. We're basically giving our county officials more, I guess, a better understanding of how they can implement the rule. That's how I'm seeing it. So I'm trying to figure out where am I missing this? What am I not hearing?
Member King, you're right. You're not changing the terms. You're not expanding the actions. You're giving a framework to help the counties. This is not a situation where you're expanding what something means. You're not expanding, you know,
Or changing the process.
you're not changing the process. You're just saying, this is, I mean, administrative agencies come up with definitions all the time. So this is not something that is like scary.
Okay.
Member Gazal, do you have a response to Member King's question? I'm sorry.
Oh, she doesn't. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's my answer.
All right. Ready to call the question? All right. So we'll take a vote and ask in order of seniority, your vote. Member Gazal?
My vote is
you make-
nay.
So we don't have to make a motion.
Is there a motion? Pass the bill. Pass the rule.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm one of those people that run into the fire too. But I've been thinking about it, and I want to make sure that my vote, how I feel, is on the right side from what I believe. I do believe that we can assist the legislators. I do believe that we can support our counties, protecting them from lawsuits, as well as I want to vote based on how I'm interpreting this rule. I don't see it where we're not breaking the law, we're not changing the election process. And here's the thing. If our legislators do what I've been informed that they're planning to do is to create some type of remedy to from dropping the ball in the past, then there will be no need for this rule. It would be null and void. However, if they do what they've already done, then we may find ourselves in a position where we're saying we wish we had passed this rule. So I make a motion that we pass the rule with the request that the legislators definitely provide the implementation, the logistical requirements, all of those things which should come from the legislators, but with our support and our backing, knowing that we have defined the rule. And like I said, if they do their job, then there will be no use.
There's a motion to pass the rule petition. And there's second by members Jeffries. So we'll take a vote. Member Gazal?
I vote no. Dollars and cents cubes for the benefits of their work.
Member Gazal. Member Jeffries?
Yes.
Yes. Member King?
Yes.
Yes. And I will vote no.
So we're tied.
That is a tie vote, so the motion does not pass.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ladies, I will get with y'all next week and I will get us a meeting, the State Senate Ethics Board as soon as possible. And Madam Chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes. 5-minute break.
Oh, so moved. Oh, wait, second, so moved.
We'll start in 1 minute. 1 minute.
I do not think that they are legal. Thank you for the break. Thank you for the presenters. And
All right.
we will be in communication with the General Assembly to address the problem that they created. Thank you.
That we can agree on.
Now it's time to move on to hearing cases. We have a case that is recommended to two cases for reconsideration.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There are two cases that we voted on yesterday that I would like to amend. The first was case number, wait. I know the last three, but I want to make sure I have the 2022-66. And we voted to send this to the AG's office with a fine. However, after doing some further research, there's some aspects of the summary that wasn't considered. So I would like to reduce that to a letter of instruction. So I think that's Macon-Bibb County. And then the other was case number 2022-015, the case of the tabulator tapes. My initial motion was that we send it to the AG's office and we issue a fine in the amount, or we request that they issue a fine in the amount of $5,000 per missing, or per tape, not missing, but per infraction. I would like to amend that to also include notifying the DOJ of that, as well, as I do believe that there's some alignment.
Thank you. Let's deal with the first reconsideration of 2022-066. Is there a representative from Macon-Bibb County that would like to speak? Yes.
Flashing. Okay, there we go. Hello, good morning. My name is Grace Martin, and I am the attorney for the Macon-Bibb County Board of Elections. I do appreciate y'all bringing this back up for reconsideration. I apologize for not being here yesterday. Just to clarify what that was, the investigative summary that we received did indicate that there was no violation found. And so when we got word that this one had been submitted to the AG's office, we went back, we watched the YouTube, and it appeared to involve some things that we just did not have any notice of. Since it has been already reduced or submitted for reduction to a letter of instruction, I don't necessarily object to that, and I don't want to go back to a situation where we're looking at going to the AG's office, but I did want to just kind of maybe get some information about what the alleged violation is and what that letter of instruction is going to look like, just because it seems to be different from what we had in our summary.
Let's see. Let me pull it back up. I have to open up yesterday's. Sorry, it's loading.
You're totally fine. And if it would be more,
and I may amend it to dismiss it. I want to make sure I see. There was a reason why I thought that originally. I don't know why it's not loading. Oh.
For your information, for the findings in the report, or that Bibb County Elections and Registrations Office, along with Tom Gillen, was unable to produce an absentee ballot application there is sufficient evidence to support a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-73, which governs the proper handling and retention of election records by officials.
Okay. I guess my question on that is that the state election board rule that was cited does appear to deal with in-person voting, and the situation as alleged was advance voting. And so if the issue was with an absentee ballot, I just want to make sure that we're actually looking at like the right case, the right facts, that something didn't get confused.
Investigator Nunley obtained copies of the absentee ballot applications for all individuals except Mr. McCoy, whose application could not be located by election staff as of October 31st, 2023.
That's what it was. It was the fact that they could not locate his application. The county could not locate his application. So I felt as though that constituted a letter of instruction.
Okay, and this was a Mr. McCoy or a Miss, just because it does say the complainant was a female.
Right, that's Miss McCoy's
Miss
husband.
McCoy, okay. Okay, I guess I'm just having trouble following how we got from an alleged in-person voting issue with the wrong ballot to counting absentee ballots and there being an issue there.
That's my stance on it. If any other board members wish to dismiss it, I'm totally fine with supporting that too. But I saw that there was the fact that they could not conclude because they could not obtain all of the information, to me, is a problem.
Okay, we would ask that it be dismissed just because there seems to be a bit of discrepancy between what was being looked at and what has been found at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffries. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Would you like to amend your?
Yeah,
motion?
I'll amend it. All right. So I thank you for coming. And so I will amend to dismiss this case. But let's make sure we have our application.
Okay, there's been a motion to dismiss this case, and there's a second by Member Jeffries. Case 2022-066, Macon-Bibb County. Is there any discussion?
No.
No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case for reconsideration is 2022-015, Fulton County tabulator tapes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make an amended motion to include the notifying the DOJ, as well as sending this to the Attorney General's office with the request that they issue a fine in the amount of $5,000 per infraction.
There's been there's a motion to add communication to the Department of Justice regarding this violation, in addition to the referral to the Attorney General and with the fine. And is there a second? There's Member Jeffries seconded. Discussion? I would like to add in the discussion for the record that a copy of the tabulator tapes are to be held. There are 3 copies made of tabulator tapes. One should be posted on the door of the polling place at the end of the election night. And the other two are to be retained as election documents. One is to be retained by the superintendent of the county, and the other is to be retained in the clerk of the court's records. So there should be not one, but two copies of these tabulator tapes. And my review of the evidence in the exhibits showed many, many missing tabulator tapes, very incomplete. And there was a stalemate in our discussion yesterday with Fulton County as to the ability of Fulton County to produce these tapes. If they don't have them, then the clerk of the court should have them. I know the clerk of the court holds the records, has custody of the records, but who actually possesses or has access to or can open up the doors or unlock the doors is a merry-go-round that we have been riding here for some time now. But I just want, for the record, to show that there should be two copies of these tapes available for review. These are the actual tabulation of the votes that took place from the scanners, ballot scanners, and account for the votes of the election. And every vote should be accounted for as far as in-person voting with these tabulator tapes. The other issue is when the memory cards are removed from the tabulators before the poll is closed, the memory cards are at grave risk for alteration. The memory cards are not encrypted at that point, and any person could take a memory card and add or subtract votes from that memory card, from the files that are held on that memory card. Once the memory card is actually closed by the tabulator, the results are encrypted and it cannot be changed from that point, or it's held in a file to be retained. So for the record, my understanding is these memory cards were removed from the tabulators and closed on different scanners. So they were put in jeopardy, at risk at the time of the election. And not being able to obtain the tabulator tapes and knowing that there was some period of time where they were unprotected, I think that's also of grave concern and should be communicated to the authorities. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Well, all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. As motion carries 3-0. Next, we'll move on to potential dismissal cases. We have a number of cases today also recommended for dismissal. There are two cases that I would like to pull at the request of two parties that would have requested to speak on these cases. Do any other board members have cases that they would like to pull? No. No, Mr. Jeffries? No. First case is SEB 2024-246, Appling County, logic and accuracy testing issue. Is the complainant from Appling County here? Yes. And
You would mash your button.
Testing? You're good?
you're on.
Good, thank you. Good morning, board. Thank you all for your time and commitment to serve our state in an effort to preserve and uphold fair and legal elections. My name is Jessica W. Carver. I was a candidate in 2024 on the Appling County primary ballot for Board of Education. I did not attend LNA testing for my election because I trusted everything to be handled legally. There was a multitude of violations and misconduct in that election. Complaints were submitted in June and August of that year. Although that case has not yet come before you, please note the case number for the future is 2024-143. That will be in the future. So why am I here today? I'm here today to ask you not to dismiss today's case number 2024-246 as it is directly related and is residual to the facts on case number 2024143. The same election supervisor had misconduct, and because of all the things I researched, learned, and endured during my primary, I decided to attend LNA testing for the general election in 2024. The 7 items before you may appear trivial and not constitute felonies or misdemeanors, but the supervisor absolutely failed to follow procedures and policies according to the election law and specific to LNA testing guidelines. She had a small table and 2 chairs for the 2 citizens to sit in the corner. She failed to remain present the first hour of testing, as the law specifically states she must do. She refused to answer live questions and instead took it upon herself to instruct questions to be written, with her responses to come at a later time. How could a citizen possibly understand LNA testing if we can't get answers live? None of the tabulators were visible except advanced voting, which we could only see from the lobby through a door window. So I was unable to observe tabulation. This is significant because, again, in my primary, this same election supervisor tabulated early on day 8 of early voting, much of what you were just discussing. That's a misdemeanor. Then a new serial number was introduced into the election that was never LNA tested. Additionally, no zero tape was printed on that machine, and it magically had the same 758 votes as the machine that was removed from the election. So sounds very similar to what you were just discussing about pulling the discs. The supervisor lied, stating she did not print results early, but the slog file says otherwise. None of those people who viewed the results were sequestered, which is another felony. The tape itself was also not posted from that at the end of our primary election, so was evidence destroyed? It was certainly withheld. Also, the slog file shows on April 11th, after LNA testing for the primary was completed by around 11 a.m., the admin reopened the machine around 3:35 p.m. and intentionally altered the time clock backwards. So the admin had now entirely tampered with LNA test for the 2024 primary. From LNA review in open record, one candidate was never tested in one precinct, showing 0 votes on the LNA tabulator. I spoke with the investigator earlier this week, and what he is waiting on for that case to come before you is a statement from the former election supervisor. She has since resigned, so obtaining her statement has been nearly impossible. I'm hoping you can apply some gentle advice to the investigators to push the case forward if they cannot obtain her written statement within X number of days, maybe 10 or 30. There's also a current election contestment case regarding our facts and findings from open records obtained in the 2024 primary. The Supreme Court of Georgia overturned the judge's decision and sent it back down for review because the plaintiff never had the right to a trial. No judge likes his or her decision being questioned. That judge may be watching today, and the attorneys involved are watching or certainly will be following up. In fact, one attorney stated this would all be dismissed today. Let it be known that Ryan Germany is the acting attorney for the now resigned election supervisor. I'm told he often attends these meetings and works closely or directly with the SOS office. One of the findings of our research on open records, my qualified and notarized name was correct on the forms 26 times and is still correct on the SOS website, but was incorrect on our ballot. Huge red flag for me. A notarized seal was supposed to hold incredible weight on legal documents and proceedings. I'm a realtor, and when I sell a house, those documents have a notarized seal. When information was presented to our local elections board, the chairman actually mocked me, indicating I should have checked the newspaper for my name accuracy, rather than put responsibility on the election supervisor. Tampering with a ballot name is a felony. I'm requesting you to not dismiss today's case. Maybe you can table it until case 2024143 comes forward, but if you do consider it closed, I'm strongly asking you to send a letter of reprimand to the local board at the very least. Although they are wonderful individuals, they did nothing as a board to hold this election supervisor accountable. Since that supervisor has resigned, there may not be any action you can take against her on this case, 246, but you can on the future case. I feel in my primary the same as what someone stated yesterday about Fulton County. What part of the election was certified? If no action is taken to encourage board a board to enforce proper procedures, what confidence can any candidate or citizen have that an election will have integrity? Thank you so much for your time and service.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Are there any questions for Ms. Carver? Since this was on the possible dismissal list, by any chance is Appling County or representative here? No. Might be best to continue this case. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we continue this case so that we can do further research.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Motion has been made to continue case 2024-246 Appling County Logic and Accuracy Testing Issue and seconded by Member Jeffries. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And the next case has been requested to be pulled to hear from a complainant is case SEB 2024-129 Franklin County discarded ballot. Do I need to hit something? He's ready? What's his name? Jason Boyce, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I would
Mr.
recommend.
Boyce, Mr.
Yes.
Boyce, I'd like to respectfully ask you to limit your comments to 3 or 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank the
Proceed.
SEB and specifically Ann and Hope, or this case would have been dismissed last summer. So we're moving forward here. There are actions that could be taken prior to dismissing this serious violation. It's not a missing ballot. It's over 100 ballots found in a dumpster, allegedly. And there are following items that could be considered, maybe already have, but I have not been informed before this dismissal. The whistleblower, was the whistleblower ever disposed? Why was the whistleblower not protected by the county and or state? Franklin County even outed the whistleblower in the Franklin County paper of record. Who was involved in interviewing the whistleblower? And in my opinion, as I was supposed to be interviewed, I was actually interrogated. So he might have been also. Is that when the whistleblower allegedly recanted the information that he had provided others? During the time in question, did the whistleblower request improvements to his work environment? Where were the improvements made? Did the whistleblower receive any gifts from the county? Were any of those whistleblower questions even considered by the investigator? At the time of the filing that I made, I was told the alleged phone and pictures of the ballots still existed. This is years ago. Has the phone been acquired after all of it, or is it actually gone? The facility where these ballots were allegedly dumped was locked. Who had access to the keys? Were they deposed? The alleged ballots and empty envelopes were absentee. Who had access to those ballots? Were they deposed? 113 ballots were alleged, plus empty envelopes. Was the number of voted absentee ballots compared to the number of absentee ballots sent to Franklin County? Was the number of absentee ballots received by Franklin County elections compared to the ones that were shown to be voted? Allegedly, the whistleblower supervisor was informed of the ballots, checked with someone else, returned and told the whistleblower to return the ballots to the dumpster and to forget about it. Was the supervisor deposed? What did he Who did the supervisor contact? What calculation exists between, or what correlation exists between people that had access to the alleged ballots, people with motive not to count ballots, people who could get a key and cell tower pings during the nights in question? What races may have been affected by those unvoted ballots? We don't even know if there were more unvoted ballots. We don't even know if those unvoted ballots were fake. My wife and I were correctly told that we could not vote in a prior federal, state, local election in Franklin County because we had already voted absentee ballots. The absentee ballot records available, scrutinized with eyes that might be fraudulent.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Are there any questions for Mr. Boyce? Perhaps, is anyone from Franklin County present? Yes, sir.
Is it on?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, rest of the board. Ryan Marks here representing the Franklin County Board of Elections. I was there when the investigators came and visited the Franklin County Board of Elections. I participated as well as with the other supervisor, our new supervisor for the Board of Elections. We participated in the investigation. We provided what we had and what we knew to the investigators. And since they were there on that day, we have not heard anything more from the investigators or from the State Elections Board. And so I'm here today because we've received notice this was a possible dismissal list. But once again, regarding some of the things that Mr. Boyce said, I would look to the investigators to look into that. Once again, we participated fully and completely with the investigation, and that's the last we've heard of it, was from the day they showed up at the Board of Elections office and did their investigation.
Thank you. And give us your name again.
Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Marks, M-A-R-K-S.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Are there any questions for Mr. Marks?
No questions. I think it's important to note that cases that are, I know Dr. Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I know you mentioned yesterday that a lot of times when we have cases that are on the dismissal list, it's not because we don't think there was any wrongdoing, but it may be that we just don't have enough evidence or documentation or proof that there was wrongdoing. And in this case, with the witness, the additional witness, the witness, because I know Mr. Boyce, I don't think you were there, you were informed of this, but with the witness no longer wanting to communicate with the investigators or work on this, it just kind of puts us at a standstill as to what we can do. If we were to proceed with sending this to the Attorney General's office, I don't know what they'll be able to do without having a witness that's willing to participate. So that's why I did not pull this, and I do agree that it should be dismissed, unfortunately.
The findings by the investigators are that there is insufficient evidence to suggest that the ballots were discarded, as told by Mr. Kernodle. So, and Mr. Kernodle is allegedly the only person to have witnessed the incident and no longer wants to communicate with the investigator and does not want to talk about the incident further. So this is one of those cases where there's insufficient evidence. Is there a motion?
May I make a comment, Madam Vice Chair?
One second. One second.
Right.
There is a statement accompanied from the complainant. It's in the file.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in our notes. Yeah, the statement further, the statement basically, without, reading it in detail, further basically states that the one person who witnessed it does not want to be involved in this at all. So
I'll entertain a motion
Chair,
for this
Madam-
case.
May I make a comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Boyce.
Thank you. Two things that were simple to follow up on that could prove that there was pressure put upon the whistleblower. One is, was he ever deposed under oath? Two is, did the supervisor ever get deposed? Because that would corroborate his story at the time. And did the county ever give the whistleblower any gifts prior to his being fired? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce.
Well, like I said, this is not the court of law, so we have to move forward. And based on the statement from the witness, I make a motion that we continue with dismissing this case.
There's a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second? Motion and a second to dismiss 2024-129. Is there any further discussion? If no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
I'd like to thank the SEB for all the work they do, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce.
Thank you.
On to the rest of the dismissal cases that are listed in our agenda, beginning with 2022-302 through case 2022-233, with the exception of the two that were pulled. These have been reviewed by the board and recommended for dismissal. Do I hear a motion? So moved to dismiss the listed cases. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to dismiss the recommended dismissal cases. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next, we'll move on to violation cases. First case is SEB 2022-089, Wayne County Provisional Ballot Issue. It's tab 33 in your paper binder. This is a case, a complaint of reported early voting period. An elector showed up after the poll had closed at 5 p.m., but the elector was still allowed to vote via provisional ballot. The elector's identity was verified through ElectionNet because the system was not shut down. Findings are that Mr. Barron was implied that he arrived at the voting location before 5 p.m. closing time, and he was readily willing to accept the fact he would not be allowed to cast his ballot on that day. Ultimately, though, it was decided that Brannon be provided a provisional ballot, which was later accepted, and he was notified his vote was counted. Potential violation is for Wayne County, Susan Nash. Is Wayne County here, representative here? No? Okay. So there's sufficient evidence to show that Susan Nash violated OCGA 21-2-385, procedure for voting by absentee ballot advance voting, which states voting shall be conducted between 9 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. on weekdays other than observed state holidays during such period. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Wayne County.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Wayne County. Is there a second? Motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand to Wayne County for SCB 2022-089. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Wayne County, use of cell phone in a polling place. Case number 2022-351. The respondent is Warner Adams here. No. Is there a representative from Wayne County? No. Findings and potential violation is there is evidence to suggest that Warner Adams violated OCGA 212413 conduct of voters, and that Mr. Adams did on December 6, 2022, knowingly and willfully use his cell phone to take photographs inside the Sam Dreyer Community Center polling place. In the investigative report, Mr. Adams admitted that he used his cell phone in the polling place and stated that he did not take a picture of the scanner, but took a picture of his ballot on the BMD. He further stated he had taken a picture of his ballot every time he voted since that incident. When asked why Mr. Adams said that he said it was his vote and he wanted a record of it, and that he knew his rights. There any questions or discussion? No, I'll entertain a motion.
With the letter of reprimand, do we still include instructions on what the law says?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. All right, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Mr. Adams so that he is informed of what the law really says.
There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for Mr. Adams. Is there a second? Warner Adams. Motion and seconded for a letter of reprimand. Is there any further discussion? None. All in favor of a letter of reprimand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Long County districting issue, SCB 2022-051. The complaint is that Jeffrey Harriman went to vote in the advanced voting period and was given a District 5 ballot instead of a District 3 ballot. Mr. Harriman held off on casting his ballot and brought the issue to the attention of the poll worker. They pulled Mr. Harriman's address up in the computer and advised him he was in District 5 and given the correct ballot. He advised the poll worker that his next door neighbor was running for District 3 commissioner, and there had been a recent change to the districts. Investigation revealed that due to recent redistricting, the address was listed incorrectly in ENET, although Mr. Harriman had already voted and left. There was some question about whether the incorrect address had come through Department of Driver Services. However, that appeared not to be the problem, and the proper redistricting had not occurred. There's evidence to suggest Long County Board of Elections and Registration and Saoirse Snell violated SCB Rule 183-112.11, conducting elections when they issued Jeffrey Harriman an incorrect ballot during the advanced voting period on May 4th, 2022. Mr. Harriman is not present. No. Okay. Any discussion?
Long County.
Is Long County present?
Okay.
Sorry. Any questions or discussion? No. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Long County.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Long County. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand to Long County for case 2022-051. The respondents are Long County Board of Elections and Registration and Saoirse Snell, Election Supervisor. Is there any further discussion? None? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Did you say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Long County interference with an election, SCB 2022-304. In this case, Assistant Election Supervisor Susan Jones reported being stopped in the parking lot of the election office by a lady driving a red vehicle. The lady tried to redirect Ms. Jones to an incorrect polling location by telling her she was supposed to go to City Hall polling location instead of the South Ludowici polling location. I hope I said Ludowici right. During the conversation, the lady mentioned how she had already spoken with 5 to 7 voters and redirected them to different polling locations. Ms. Jones reported that the lady was also directing voters to report Long County to the Secretary of State office for having incorrect polling locations. The lady offered Ms. Jones a Kit Kat or a condom as a protest.
Oh my God.
The conversation concluded with Ms. Jones informing the lady she was the Assistant Election Supervisor for Long County. Ms. Jones got in her car and left.
This case is to be continued until 21st.
Thank you. So this has been requested for continuance. This case has been requested for continuance until the January 21st meeting. Is there a motion to continue this
Yeah.
case?
I make a motion that we continue this case.
A motion and a second to continue this case. Is there any discussion? None, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0 to continue. Sorry about that. Next case is 2022-058, Screven County, closed scanner early. Election Supervisor Hannah Doriso reported that a poll worker accidentally closed the ballot scanner early on May 11th, 2022 during advance voting for the May 24th, 2022 general primary. Mr. Smith explained the poll worker explained that he was in the process of powering down the polls for the day when he accidentally closed out the ballot scanner. After the tapes printed, Mr. Smith was given the option to zero out, which he did not do. The tapes were given to Ms. Doriso, who documented the incident, sealed and secured the tapes in her office. There's evidence to suggest Screven County Board of Elections and Registration, Hannah Doriso, Dorothy Glisson, and Greg Smith violated Election Board Rule 183-1-14-.02 advance voting when poll worker Greg Smith closed the ballot scanner early and printed the tapes during advance voting for the May 24th, 2022 general primary. Is there a representative from Screven County? Yes.
Very organized.
Please go ahead. Yes.
So, first of all, I'd like to thank y'all for all that you do. And also I want to recognize the SCB investigators. They were very prompt and very helpful when I had questions about the whole process, as this is my first time. I'm Stacy Scott from Scriven County. I'm the new election supervisor. I was not there when this occurred, and we don't deny that it happened, but it was simple error on the part of the poll worker. That's actually the procedure that you would follow on election day to close out the scanner. It was a simple mistake on his part. I want to emphasize that we have worked hard to improve poll worker training, and we have started having separate training for our AIP poll workers to make sure things like this don't happen again. We've worked really hard to correct some of the things that were going on, but I have some concerns about some things that were in the investigative report. The first one is that it says that they spoke with Mr. Smith and Ms. Glisson, and both of them deny ever talking to an investigator. I was not able to see those, like the memorandum of the interview, but they said that they never spoke with an investigator. If you look on page 3, Mr. Smith wrote a personal statement about this, and he says that he did write a detailed explanation of what happened at the time that it happened, but he's never spoken with anybody from the state, investigator or otherwise, regarding the incident. Beyond that, I was concerned because it gives the wrong address for him. He's never lived at that address, but more so the phone number. He's never had that phone number, but when I did a reverse search on the phone number that it lists, it shows another Smith. And I'm very confused as to how they would get a phone number that in some cases was listed for a Greg Smith, but is not a number he's ever had, but does show up for being a Greg Smith or another person with the last name Smith, depending on which one I went to. That's just confusing to me, and I have some concerns about the investigation in general. But we don't deny that it happened and that we've taken steps to keep it from happening again.
Thank you. And is complainant Hannah Doriso here?
She is not. She no longer works with the county, and we don't have contact with her.
Okay. Are there any questions?
No, it's very thorough. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Scott? No? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction, just because it did happen.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second? A second. So general question, I have a general question. Is the right Mr. Smith still working?
He's actually my poll manager for AIP. He's an incredible poll manager. He was he was actually a federal observer for 45 years or something like that, but he is still working with the county.
Okay. We'll look into the issue about the interview or with the Secretary of State investigators.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just have a statement or get you on.
Thank you. I will just say, I've heard from many poll workers or managers that people that work in the elections that it's easy to close out the poll. It's not that hard to. You think you're just powering down for the day and shutting the machines down for the night in advance voting in particular, but it's not hard to hit the wrong button or answer, the wrong tab, and boom, you've closed out and tabulated the election. And the point there is we don't want elections tabulated before election day. That's the whole point of that. But it does happen, but we need to try very hard not to let that happen. Okay. So there's a motion for a letter of instruction. Any further questions or discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Screven County, SEB 2022-271, absentee ballot application issues. This is a case from I'll briefly read. This is a case submitted by Senator Max Burns, alleged that a nursing home requested 12 absentee ballots for residents without accurate voter identification information. Senator Burns also alleged one of the resident applicants suffers from dementia and could not legitimately request an absentee ballot or vote. Lastly, Senator Burns alleged that nursing home staff voted for residents without their knowledge or consent. The investigation, the nursing home residents were interviewed, and report made by the investigators. And all those, they were all, I think they were all assisted. And the residents might not have remembered making the application, but they did attest to their signatures, or that they vote, and they attested that they voted of their own free will. So in conclusion, the investigators found that Ms. Glisson, the former supervisor, did not send proper envelopes to go with the provisional absentee ballots, and found a violation of OCGA 21-384, preparation and delivery of supplies. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We actually had some issues with the nursing home again, but I worked with Blake Evans to make sure that we followed the proper protocol to get those out properly and make sure we had the correct IDs there. Regarding the actual issue with the finding, there's not a lot I can say about that, but I've created checklists to make sure we get the right information out for future ones. And I am in charge of doing the absentee ballots now. So we're doing everything we can to correct these issues and get things where they need to be.
For the correct forms, right, and privacy envelopes and whatever, right. Are there any questions? Any questions? My question was, of course, the issue of vulnerable voters in nursing home residents, and whether they're being protected and assisted properly. That's an issue all by itself. And there are some states that have dual party registration teams that will visit nursing homes and assist voters with a deputy registrar from one party and a deputy registrar from the other party. So they're witnessing each other and making sure that the proper procedure and voting rights of the resident are protected.
That would actually be very helpful. And I just want to mention that the resident in question, the one that Senator Burns actually made the complaint regarding, it was his stepmother. So he did have it wasn't just a general resident. So he does have close tie, like he does have awareness of her ability, but we don't try to make that determination. We give out the ballots as we're.
That would be a great recommendation to the legislature to provide for dual party deputy registrars to visit long-term care facilities and witness and assist with voting and also watch each other. Okay, and I do not see Senator Burns here today. Okay. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction in regards to this case.
There's a motion for a letter of instruction. Is there a second? Letter of instruction and a second for Screven County regarding the rule OCGA 21-2-384B, preparation of ballots. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case, Screven, you're on. Screven County, case number 2022-320, districting issues.
Yes, ma'am. Again, I was not the election supervisor at that time. In fact, I was a candidate in this race. And I actually, just for full disclosure, I went to the county because I noticed problems with the voter rolls. And I believe that some of the stuff I pointed out was later used in the lawsuit. But the big thing here is, again, we have made strides to get those voter rolls correct. Since I've come on board, we've gotten GIS data. I'm working with Thomas Bratz, who is in Hall County, who is like an expert at using the GIS data. And we are in the we made a lot of corrections, but we are in the process of fine tuning that to make sure that we don't have those kind of errors again. And we also have gone from a split board to a single board. And then I was brought on as part of the efforts to try to fix things. But one of the big things I wanted to point out in this case is there has already been a lawsuit, and we held an election in, I believe, June of 2000. It would have been in June of 2023 to correct that issue as well.
Correct. So this involved 20 electors whose voting districts were changed, correct? And this resulted in a lawsuit and ordering a new election. Right. So the conclusion is from the investigation, there's evidence to support the allegation that Dorothy Glisson, former registrar of Screven County, violated OCGA 21-2-226B, duties of county board determining eligibility of voters. Any further questions for Ms. Scott? No. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction. Miss Dorothy is no longer there. It looks like Screven is in. Okay. She's not there. Okay.
She's no longer there. She's retired. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. And I do believe that Screven is in good hands because judging by all of this. So I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Okay. There's a motion for a letter of instruction. Is there a second? And a second. There's a motion for a letter of instruction to Screven County and Dorothy Glisson for case 2022-320. Is there any further discussion? None. If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all, Ms. Scott.
You're very welcome.
Next case is Toombs County, voter registration problems, case number 2022-151. Secretary of State's office received a complaint alleging that a person registered to vote in Toombs County moved out of the state of Georgia, registered to vote in Florida, and returned to Georgia in the 2020 election. Both state voter registration records show the same full name and birth dates. The complaint also alleges that the respondent registered while still on probation in Georgia on August 28th, 2020. Is Mr. Salter here? LaRon Salter? No. Is the complainant Ian Camacho present? No. So this case, the respondent registered to vote in Georgia in 2011, then registered to vote in Florida in 2015, then re-registered to vote in 2018 in Bibb County, transferred his registration to Toombs County in 28, sometime after 2018, voted in Georgia, and now has moved to South Carolina and is registered in South Carolina. Technically, when Mr. Salter registered to vote, when he registered to vote, he was still on probation, but at the date that he voted, he was no longer on probation. There any discussion?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we send this to the Attorney General's office to allow them to further investigate.
There's been a motion to refer to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to refer this to the Attorney General for further investigation. Is there any other discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Mitchell County voter registration fraud, case number 2022-229. The complaint is the Secretary of State received a complaint concerning from the Mitchell County election supervisor. There were 4 registration cards that were turned in with incorrect information. The voter registration cards appeared to be filled out by the same person, according to Mitchell County supervisor. Ms. Nickerson, the one. On September 15th, Ms. Nickerson received a 161 ballot application drop-offs from the New Georgia Project, along with a copy of the accompanying transmittal sheet left with the applications. Ms. Bennett reported receiving 4 voter registration applications that appeared suspicious and potentially fraudulent. The first application was for Hazel Simmons, who listed an address at an apartment complex but failed to include an apartment number. The phone number provided was incorrect. Ms. Bennett proceeded to register Ms. Simmons, but noted she would be required to present identification prior to voting. The second application, submitted under the name Jeffrey Simeons, included a non-existent address and an incorrect phone number. As a result, he was not registered. The third application was for Jasmine Robinson, who provided a false street number and an incorrect phone number. Although Robinson had previously registered on April 25th, 2022, the personal identifying information on the new application was determined to be false. The fourth application was for Aaron Stitt, who was found to have previously moved out of state in 2012. His application listed an incorrect date of birth, an invalid social security number, and a false phone number. He was not registered. Is Frantasia Williams present? Is there a representative, Wendy Bennett, present from Mitchell County? No? Any discussion or questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we send this matter to the respective DA as well as the Attorney General's office.
There's been a motion and a second to refer this to the appropriate district attorney and the Attorney General's office for a violation of OCGA 21-2562, fraudulent entries, unlawful alteration or destruction of entries, unlawful removal of documents, or neglect or refusal to deliver documents when Ms. Williams turned in fraudulent voter applications to the Mitchell County Election Office. Is there any discussion for the board? No. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Jeff Davis County, unqualified elector, SEB 2022-122. This is a complaint that in allegation 1 that Anthony Wooten was allowed to vote a ballot during the advanced voting period for June 21, 2022 primary runoff. This was an issue because Mr. Wooten voted a Republican ballot during the primary election and was not eligible to participate in the runoff due to it being a Democrat-only ballot. Allegation 2 is that after Anthony Wooten participated in the primary runoff on June 21st, Assistant Election Supervisor Gavin Cravey changed Anthony Wooten's party selection for the May 22 general primary from Republican to Democrat. Is Mr. Cravey present? Or Ms. Mumford present? Is Christy Reiner, the complainant, present?
I'm here. My name's Nick Kinsley. I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of Jeff Davis County Board of Elections and Christy Reiner.
Jeff Davis?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So just for specification, the respondents are Mr. Cravey and Ms. Mumford personally. So I didn't know, if this could come back on Jeff Davis County Board of Elections, or Christy Reiner, who is the election supervisor. She was the election supervisor at the time too. As you can see, Mr. Cravey is a former election assistant, and Ms. Mumford was a poll worker who I understand is no longer going to serve in that role. So that's my first question. And if this is not a Board of Elections issue, I'll step aside.
Yes, sir. I do not see the county listed as a respondent, although both of the named respondents worked for the county during the election.
I can speak to the county's reaction of the situation or actions taken after finding out. Obviously, I can't speak on behalf of Ms. Mumford and Mr. Craig.
Well, please share with us the county's response.
Sure. So as far as the allegation number 1 and Ms. Mumford, what she did was at the runoff. This was when the old ENET system was in place. And it's my understanding that the party election for an individual is at the bottom of the, you got to scroll down to the bottom of the, I guess you could say the computer image. And at the top was what she looked at where it said that he had voted Republican in the most recent election. If you look at the law that she's purported to violate it, which is OCGA 21-2-590, subsection 2, it prohibits a poll officer from permitting an person registered as an elector to vote, knowing that such person is not qualified to vote. That knowing element is not satisfied here. It was a pure accident. She did it without knowing that he was not qualified to vote in that runoff. So for that reason, I'd ask that allegation 1 be dismissed. As far as allegation 2, that was done after the runoff. Mr. Cravey went back and changed Mr. Wooten's party election. It's my understanding this was just done to benefit Mrs. Mumford, the aforementioned poll worker. Mr. Cravey no longer works for the county. He resigned for different reasons, just to take a different job. When he reported it to the election supervisor, Ms. Reiner, she immediately self-reported to the Secretary of State. She reprimanded Mr. Cravey, who was remorseful and apologetic. As far as preventing this from happening in the future, the new Jarvis system, I understand, is much more difficult to compromise or to do this situation. It would require a manual override, and the system actually records all the actions. So again, Mr. Cravey is a former employee who was disciplined for this issue, and due to these mitigating factors, we request that at most a letter of instruction be given to the county.
Any questions for the county? A question, Ms. Mumford was working, and she certainly was looking up the voter. Was the information present in the election net that the person had voted in the Republican primary?
Yes. So at the top, it showed, which is what she looked at, but the correct information was at the bottom.
Correct information at the bottom, right. So she did not scroll to the bottom of the election net page.
Correct.
Same. Right. And Mr. Cravey changed an election document, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Are there any further questions? No further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Since the county is not listed as a respondent, I don't think we have to send anything to them. So my motion is in reference to the
Let's
two.
consider both allegations. Number 1
Mhm.
would be to Shanta Mumford, poll worker.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Ms. Mumford.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Ms. Mumford for violation of OCGA 21-590. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The second allegation is Anthony Cravey. There's evidence to suggest Mr. Cravey violated OCGA 21-562 when he intentionally changed Anthony Wooten's party selection for the May 24th, 2022 general primary from Republican to Democrat.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Mr. Cravey.
There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand to Mr. Cravey. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case is Candler County, unqualified voter, SEB 2022-121. Similar case, an elector errantly voted in the May 24, 2022 Republican primary election and then on June 15th was allowed to vote in the Democrat runoff election. The elector, whose voting history was Democrat, voted a Republican ballot for the May primary, but then returned for early voting for the June Democrat runoff election and was allowed to cast a ballot. The poll worker who checked the elector in for the June Democrat runoff election misread the easy vote pop-up screen, which identified the elector as having voted a Republican ballot for the May primary election. The poll worker issued the elector an absentee in-person application. The elector signed the application oath and was allowed to cast a vote. Our respondents, Gary Howard from Candler County, present or a representative of Candler County, Kristen Harris, or Robert Watson? No respondents present. Complainant, Judge Tony Thompson from Candler County, not present. Not present. The findings are there's sufficient evidence to show that Gary Howard, Kristen Harris, and Robert Watson were all in violation of OCGA 21-152, conduct of primaries, runoff primary, when Miss Margie Faye Bird West received a voter access card and was allowed to cast her ballot for the June 21st, 2022 Democrat runoff election. Miss West had already voted a Republican ballot for the May 24th primary election. The statute states a runoff primary shall be a continuation of the primary, and only persons who are entitled to vote in the primary shall be entitled to vote therein. And the statute further states any elector who votes in the primary of one party shall not be eligible to vote in the primary runoff of any other party other than a primary runoff of the party in whose primary such elector voted. Any questions, discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to these individuals.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to those named individuals, Gary Howard, Kristen Harris, Robert Watson from Candler County. Is there a second? And a second. Is there any further discussion? If no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Candler County voter registration problems, SEB 2022-147. This complaint is reported that David Gordon Alden Jr. has been a registered voter in the state of Montana since 2019 and is also a registered voter in the state of Georgia since 2000 in Candler County, Metter, Georgia. It's alleged that he has active registration in both states and has voted in both states. The investigation finds that Mr. Alden registered in Redbud County, was that Montana? Montana on June 14th, 2019. He voted on November 5th, 2019, vote by mail, and voted on June 2nd, 2020, federal primary election, vote by mail. Mr. Alden registered in Candler County on May 1st, 2018. It's prior to the Montana registration, 2018. Voted on November 3rd, 2020 in the general election and voted on January 5th, 2021 in the runoff election. Is Mr. Alden present? The complainant. Is Mr. Camacho present? There's evidence to show that David Gordon Alden Jr. violated OCGA 216, pardon me, OCGA 216, A1 and F, qualifications of electors generally. Is there any questions or discussion?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we send this case to the respective DA as well as the Attorney General.
There's been a motion to send this to the respective district attorney, Attorney General, and communicate this to the Department of Justice. And there's been a second. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Candler County. Open records request, voter lists contain date of births. SCB 2022-265. On October 26, 2022, Candler County Election Superintendent Tony Thompson mistakenly sent 2 unredacted voter lists containing voters' dates of birth. The first was a full list of Candler County voters. The second was a list of Candler County challenge voters. The lists were sent in response to an open records request from Kathleen Casey of the Due Diligence Group. The investigation revealed that the Candler County probate judge, Tony Thompson, sent 2 unredacted lists containing voters' dates of birth. The first was a full list of the voters, as mentioned previously. The lists were sent from an open records request. Once Judge Thompson realized his mistake, he immediately took steps to make the citizens of Candler County aware of the mishap. Judge Thompson corresponded with Kathleen Casey via email and sent her a letter with an affidavit of destruction. Ms. Casey signed and returned the affidavit to Judge Thompson. Evidence suggests that Tony Thompson violated OCGA 212-225 confidentiality of original registration applications. Is there any discussion? Is Mr. Thompson here for Candler County? No. Any discussion by the board? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand in this regard with this case.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand regarding this case. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. This is Ben Hill. Is he on? Next case is Ben Hill County poll worker issue, SEB 2023-015. Irwin County Election Supervisor Ethan Compton reported that Ben Hill County employed a poll worker who resides in Irwin County. Mr. Compton reported that Ben Hill County does not have the required poll worker employment waiver signed. And there's a representative from Ben Hill County, correct?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Ben Hill County. This is I was just speaking on behalf of Jeff Davis. So, and But this is my last one, so I'm done after this. In general, Ben Hill County does not disagree with the investigation summary. Just one point of clarification is that the poll worker that at issue no longer serves as a poll worker and has not since this issue arose. Essentially, what happened was the election supervisor reached out to the school system needing poll workers. The school's guidance counselor vets the students and provides a list of suggested students. This is a small county problem. So Ben Hill County, which neighbors Irwin County, the county seat of Ben Hill County is Fitzgerald, but there's also Fitzgerald address in Irwin County because of the mail running in that county. This poll worker actually lived in an area where you could elect Irwin County or Ben Hill County schools, and so she attended a Ben Hill County school. And so, kind of odd circumstances here. Cindy Dunlap was the election supervisor at the time. She's retired from the position at the end of 2023. It's our belief that the county has not violated this subsection since this alleged violation. There was no intent to do wrong. It was unknown. It was accident. Kind of the weird circumstances was a perfect storm for a violation, so to speak. Just real quick to prevent this from happening in the future, the county adopted a poll worker information sheet, which is very simple. But one of the things is they require that the person submit an address, which is then independently confirmed, like via Google Maps or something to determine that it's in Ben Hill County. So based on the unusual circumstances and the other reasons that the other mitigating factors, it did happen. So I asked that a letter of instruction or reprimand be given.
Are there any questions
No.
for the representative? None? Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction. I'm sorry. Yes, a letter of instruction in this case.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second? And a second for Ben Hill County SCB 2023-015 for violation of 21-292 qualification of poll officers. Is there any further discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Next case is Wheeler County, voting by unqualified elector. It was reported that a registered voter of Telfair County, Olin Adams, was allowed to vote in Wheeler County during the advanced voting period of the December 6, 2022 runoff election. Mr. Adams was transferred to Telfair on November 4th, 2022, with an updated DDS application that was submitted on October 20th, 2022. Is Wheeler County Representative present or Olin Adams? Is Josh Black present or Sarah Brown from Telfair?
Mhm.
Any questions? This is rather complicated because I think it was a first-time voter and parents were divorced and one living in one county, the other living in the other county. And the young man was moving back and forth and I think the registrations were not updated quite exactly. So the conclusions of the investigation are there's evidence to suggest Wheeler County violated OCGA 21-2590 poll officer preventing unregistered, unqualified person to vote when they allowed a registered voter of Telfair County, Olin Adams, to vote in Wheeler County during the advanced voting period. There's evidence to suggest that Wheeler County violated OCGA 21-2224 official list of electors when they failed to prepare and use an updated electors list during the December 6, 2022 runoff election. There's evidence to suggest Olin Adams violated OCGA 21-2571, voting by unqualified elector, although believed to be unintentional. Mr. Adams did vote in Wheeler County during the December runoff election after being transferred and registered in Telfair County. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction
Letter of instruction for all parties.
for all parties. Yes.
In this complaint. There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Do I have a second? Motion and a second for a letter of instruction for all parties in this complaint, 2022-346. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Clay County voter registration problems, SCB 2022-321. Nikisha Davis reported to the Secretary of State that her voter registration was canceled, citing she moved out of state. Mrs. Davis advised she did not move out of state, nor did she request to have it canceled. Is Clay County present? Or Charlotte Shivers, registrar? Is Nikisha Davis present? Findings of the investigation suggest Mrs. Davis' registration was canceled without giving proper notice. Chief Registrar Shivers did not provide Mrs. Davis with a written notice of the date, time, and place of a hearing to determine the voter's right to remain on the list of electors. Jarvis shows Mrs. Davis' voter status was canceled due to her moving out of state. Chief Registrar Shivers canceled Mrs. Davis' registration without a hearing. Mrs. Davis had not moved out of state, and she still resides in Clay County. Any discussion or questions? There appeared to be some confusion in the office and ENET and Department of Driver Services. And it's unclear exactly the circumstance for the cancellation, but she was reinstated on the voter list. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion we issue a letter of instruction.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction for Clay County SEB 2022-321 for Clay County Board of Registrations and the Chief Registrar for violation of OCGA 21-228D, examination of electors' qualifications. Is there any further discussion? If no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next one. The next case, Richmond County 2023-024, has been continued until the January meeting. Next case is SEB 2024-014, Emmanuel County absentee ballot issue. In this complaint, Emmanuel, concerning the March 12th, 2024 presidential preference primary in Emmanuel County, Elections Director Carrie Curry reported that her office had received numerous absentee ballot applications that had the same or similar handwriting and postage. On these applications, no one signed as assisting a voter. There is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-381, making of application for absentee ballot. Is Sharon Boston present? Emmanuel County? Carrie Curry? Not present? In this complaint, there were close to 40 absentee ballot applications that Ms. Curry had flagged as suspicious due to handwriting similarities. After reviewing the paperwork provided, Investigator Parrott did find similarities in the handwriting. However, this was inconclusive. He was able to meet with 7 of the voters. One person said he believed it was his handwriting, but was only positive about his signature. One person said he told the person who provided it to fill it in for him, but he could not remember her name. 2 people said they completed the top portion and it was their handwriting. 3 people said that Sharon Boston completed the top portion and mailed it for them. Ms. Boston stated that she had gone door to door and asked if any voters needed absentee ballot applications so they could vote. In some cases, she also filled in the top portion of the application and acknowledged that she did not sign the back of the form as assisting the voter. Ms. Boston was cooperative with the investigation. There does not appear to be any attempt at fraud. However, this does appear to be a violation of OCGA 21-2-381, titled Making of Application for Absentee Ballot. The allegation is substantiated that Ms. Boston violated OCGA 21-2-381, Making of Absentee Ballot, in that she assisted voters in filling out their absentee ballot applications without signing as assisting and mailed their completed application for them. Is there any discussion?
To be clear, are they saying that she filled out 40 applications?
The
top portion of 40 applications?
The report states that there were close to 40 absentee ballot applications that Ms. Curry from Emmanuel County Elections flagged as suspicious due to handwriting similarities.
Okay. Thank you.
On these applications, all who lived in Swainsboro, Georgia, the information portion on the top of the ballot appeared to have been completed by the same person. The signatures were all different in another handwriting style.
Okay.
No questions? Do I hear a motion?
The number of ballots, 40 is what's concerning. However, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand versus sending it to the Attorney General.
There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. and seconded by members Jeffries to Ms. Sharon Boston for violation of OCGA 21-2-381, making of application for absentee ballot. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Wilcox County issue with voting for write-in candidates, 2022-269. The complaint for this case was a write-in candidate for the Wilcox County School Board District 5 states there were no provisions made on the provisional paper ballot to write in the candidate's name for District 5. Dr. Alan Ellicott states that it is for this reason he is challenging the results of the election. Is there a respondent, Ms. Hannah Price from Wilcox County, present? Yes. All right. Would you like to speak? Okay. Can you get a microphone? Come on up closer and pick up a microphone and turn it on, please.
That's fine.
And punch the button on it. Touch that button on the desk. Right? Gotcha. All right, you're on.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
I am Tony Sawyer. I represent Wilcox County, and right here I have Ms. Hannah Price. She is the election superintendent for Wilcox County, the Wilcox County Board of Elections and Registration. And I hope, I sent an email late yesterday afternoon. I hope you all have that email because we didn't get a response. We just went ahead and made the 3-hour drive. We felt it was very important to be here before you all. So what occurred was back in November of 2022, if you all remember, that was the highly contested general election where we elected the governor, the lieutenant governor, the U.S. senators race. It's very highly a highly contested election. We also had locally Board of Commissioners election and Board of Education election. And we had the sample ballot sent to us. And you all, and I provided all the documentation to you. And sample ballot was sent to the Board of Elections and Registration, and Ms. Price reviewed the ballot. And if you will flip over to the documentation, I believe there's the email from Ms. Price dated October 17th, 2022. Look all the way over to the, look like what would be the, I don't know if it's front and back, but it would be the, after the email, 1, 2, 3, the third page of the ballot. It will say writing in for Board of Education, District 5. And at the very bottom, you will see it says Johnny Brown, but there is no writing in. She simply missed it, reviewing all the ballots. It was just human error. It was just simply overlooked. You notice again, we had quite a bit of information on the ballot. You notice every other section had a section for write-in, but this one section for District 5, and we do have 5 districts for our Board of Education, and this Board of Education District 5 was up for election. We missed, it was cut off, and we didn't miss that. However, when the early voting, absentee in person voting began, which was October 17, 2022, the very first day of absentee, early voting began, Ms. Price was notified by an elector that there was no write-in for that particular election. And she immediately called or contacted CES, was our ballot builder, and spoke with Mr. Mike Barnes. And he advised her, there's no way we can go back. You know, that's our error. There's no way we can go back and redo the database. We suggest you all utilize paper ballots for those that want to write in a candidate. And let me give you Ryan Germany's telephone number. And if you know, back in 2022, Mr. Germany was the general counsel for the Elections Division, well, for the Secretary of State's office. Ms. Price immediately contacted me. And if you notice, and excuse all caps, I'd been in a car accident and broke my right hand, which is my dominant hand. So everything's in all caps, and excuse some of the misspelled words. So she immediately contacted me, and what we did was we went ahead and put up notices, which if you look at the very next email, placed them all around the polling place. And at that time, because it was early voting, there was one polling place, which was at the elections office. And I also copied the county manager, and we placed those notices at the county offices, excuse me, including at the courthouse, prominent locations, and on the front of the county courthouse. I was, excuse me, finally able to get in contact with Mr. Germany on that Thursday, which was the 20th. And essentially, excuse me, 3 years ago. Mr. Germany essentially agreed. Give those electors that want to write in, take it back.
Yeah, yeah. We have some water for you.
Yes, we got you.
I'm the one that's always sick when I come.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so very much.
Take your time.
So essentially, that is what we did. Those electors that came in and asked for a write-in, gave them a paper ballot. We did publish it for every week consecutively up until the November 8th election in the local newspaper to notify everyone. We took
It's okay.
all the steps we could think of, as well as what Mr. Germany and I discussed, because essentially there was no way to go back and correct the database. And I do believe, unfortunately, the writing candidate did not receive many votes. And if I'm not mistaken, I have Ms. Price here. I don't think the write-in candidate understood the concept of write-in candidacy. I think the write-in candidate thought his name was supposed to have been printed on the ballot. And he didn't understand that write-in means a person writes your name in. So there was some confusion there as well. So as you can see, we took all steps to correct the situation that we could think of. We consulted with Mr. Germany, and he agreed with us with the steps that we were taking. We advertised every week all the way up until the election. And we did everything possible to correct this. And there were notices
Okay.
posted everywhere.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So are there any questions
No.
for Wilcox? I appreciate you making the trip and coming here and telling us what happened, because it helps so much to hear what you did and how you handled a misstep And that was exactly the right thing to do, to put signage at your early vote, at your voting sites, and make sure the voters know that they do have an option for write-in. I appreciate your sharing that with us. Okay.
Yeah.
So are there any other questions? No? May I have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we dismiss this case.
There's a motion to dismiss case 2022-269, issue with voting for write-in candidates on the ballot for Wilcox County. And the motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you very much. Do you have some water?
Yeah.
Did you get water?
Okay, good.
Okay.
No, you're good. We can do it up here.
Do you want to?
Page. The last page.
We're on the last page and not a full page of cases, I'll say. So we'll take this opportunity to break for lunch and return at 1:15. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Aye.
This was dismissed yesterday as a Fulton County, and there's a dismissal room. There's a complainant that's called, he wants to call in today. And he says it's horrible, Fulton County did, this is a Fulton County case. And he wants to call in. And suggests that we hear it and let him, and if the board wants to reconsider it, still can.
I think it was,
Cause he didn't.
it was
Thanks, he's not really nice about kind of like that.
22.
Yeah, 324.
This is it, I got it right here.
Oh,
Paid for
okay.
it.
Meeting to order. Hope everyone got a bite to eat. Had a good lunch. We'll resume the December 9th, 10th State Election Board meeting. We have requested, we have a request to hear a case out of the agenda order. This is 2022-004, tab number 59 in the paper book. Twiggs County, City of Jefferson candidate qualifying issue. The complaint alleged the respondent was a convicted felon when she ran for city council during a special election held on January 15th, 2021 in the city of Jeffersonville. Is the respondent Debbie Hill here? Yes, Ms. Hill, there's a microphone at your desk. You don't have to stand up. If you just push the button and it will push.
There you go, push.
Got it. Okay, the mic's on. So, we'll be glad to hear what you have to say.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Debbie Hill, and I once ran for city council district
Mic a little closer,
Jeffersonville,
please.
Georgia. And I went to the hello.
There you go.
Okay. I'm Debbie Hill, and I ran for city council, District 2 in Jeffersonville, Georgia. I ran a park sentence. The young man who originally won, he passed away. And so I went to the courthouse and spoke with Miss Deborah Stephen, who's the superintendent. And I told her I would like to run. And I said, would you check me? Because everybody there know me. And they know my past, and they know what I'm trying to do now. And she said, yes, ma'am. She checked me. She said, well, Ms. Hill, I don't see a reason you can run. So I went back and I discussed it with the mayor. I say, well, would you call up there and make sure I don't want to get in no trouble or nothing? He said, well, you've been out of prison for almost 10 years. Well, I've been out of prison actually longer than 10 years, but I did not know that you have to be 10 years clear of probation before you could run. And he called her. And I have a letter, notarized letter from him, where she told him, Miss Hill is clear to run. All she got to do is pay her fee. I came up and I asked her again, Miss Deborah, you sure? She said, you can run. You qualify to run, Debbie. Just pay your money. And I did. And I won. Well, a while down the road, maybe a year or so, investigator came to see me. And he told me what was going on. And he said, well, you have to be 10 years clear from the day you get off probation or parole, whichever one come first. And he said, you missed it by some change, a year or so, he says. I said, well, no problem. I'll leave office. He said, no, you don't have to, because it's about time for another election. He said, you can run in 2023. Well, I got a letter from the lawyer at the courthouse, Twiggs County attorney, and he stated that I couldn't run, that I wouldn't qualify. And so I didn't run. I would have walked right back in the office since nobody ran against me. And to me, that was a big step in my life. I did my time. I got back in the community. I haven't even had a speeding ticket since I've been out of prison. I walk upright because I know what it is when your rights are taken from you. You don't have a right to anything. And I never wanted to see that. And I educate all the young kids how to stay out of trouble. When I find out they're in jail or something, go in there and talk to their parents. And let's find a way. Let's help them out. Let's find them a job. Let's give them something to do. And this happened, and it was like a slap in the face to me. Because I went to all the necessary steps. I even went to Macon. And when I got there to the Secretary of State, they said, we only do license here. And so I got my sister to bring me up to the Twin Towers. And I went there and I spoke with some people and they said, well, they'll notify you, Ms. Hill, if anything come of it. So I received the letter and I'm here today. I didn't intentionally do anything wrong. I went to the people that I needed to go to let me know whether I could or not. And she gave me the approval to do it. And I'm here to answer the letter.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Are there questions for, or is the complainant, Mr. Jim Kellum present? No. Are there any questions for Ms. Hill? No questions. Okay. Is there a motion from the board?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction, just so you'll have in writing the full law, the rules, just so you'll have it for yourself. Because as you can see, sometimes it gets a little, but thank you for your service.
There's
I don't know what your time, I don't know the details of it, but you'll have the instructions, so you'll be able to determine that without having to share all of your personal business. Okay.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of instruction concerning case 2022-004. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second for a letter of instruction. Is there any further discussion or questions? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Yep. You're clear.
This case is closed.
You're welcome.
Back to tab 52, Lawrence County Voter Assistance Issue, case 2022-296. This complaint is from Lawrence County reporting Cynthia Walters brought in her mother, Eula Walters Tolbert, to early vote on 11/3/2022 and stated her mother needed assistance. Ms. Walters refused to sign her name as the person who assisted and instead signed Eula Walters Tolbert. The election workers showed her the code section on assisting voters and instructed her that Mrs. Tolbert would need to touch the screen of the candidate, that Mrs. Tolbert would need to touch the screen of the candidate that she wished to vote for. Ms. Walters deliberately voted Ms. Tolbert's ballot by touching the screen, even with poll officers repeatedly telling her she could not touch the screen and that her mother had to do it. Ms. Walters accused the poll workers of watching who she was voting for when they were only trying to give her instruction. Further in the investigation, the investigator asked Ms. White to describe Ms. Tolbert's demeanor at the time, and she said Ms. Tolbert was trying to look at the screen. That's the mother, but because of the way the voting booth was set up, only one person could fit in the booth at a time, and the daughter was standing in front of it, blocking the mother's view. Findings by the Secretary of State investigators, Ms. Walters took her mother to one of the voting booths and voted her mother's ballot instead of allowing Ms. Tolbert to touch the screen to cast her vote. This allegation is substantiated. There's evidence to suggest Cynthia Walters violated OCGA 21-2409A, assisting electors who cannot read English or who have disabilities. When Cynthia Walters refused to sign her name as the person who assisted and signed her mother's signature, Eula Walters Tolbert's name, on the absentee ballot application when they went to vote on November 3rd, 2022, during early advance voting. Is Cynthia Walters present? Is Lorain County Board of Registrars present? Neither party present. Are there any questions or discussion from the board members? Hearing no questions. Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Walters for the future.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Walters. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction concerning case 2022-296. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is 2022-361 Randolph County illegal possession of absentee ballot. It's tab 53. In this complaint, there are two allegations. One, Randolph County election supervisor reported that an individual later identified as the grandson of the respondent was observed bringing multiple absentee ballots to the Randolph County Government Center. This occurred during the December 6, 2022 general runoff election. Allegation 2, Randolph County election supervisor reported that a citizen was observed delivering multiple absentee ballots during the November 8th, 2022 general election. When questioned by the election supervisor, she stated she was called by multiple people asking if she would deliver their absentee ballot to Cuthbert. Is Nellie Bell Shepherd present? Is anyone from Randolph County present to speak? Anyone present? In allegation 1, findings are the investigation revealed that the individual in the surveillance footage was Travarius Johnson. After reviewing the election documentation, investigator Blanchard located 2 absentee ballot envelopes where Nellie Bell Shepherd signed as assisting. This is relevant to the investigation since Nellie Bell Shepherd was identified as an individual active in the community regarding absentee ballot assistance and a relative of Travarius Johnson. The individuals Ms. Shepherd assisted were her sister-in-law, Pearlie Johnson, and her brother, Sammy Johnson. After speaking with Pearlie Johnson, the only assistance Ms. Shepherd provided was delivering her ballot to the Randolph County Election Office. This was also confirmed by Mrs. Shepherd. The investigator spoke with Sammy Johnson, who was residing at assisted living facility. He confirmed he was assisted by his sister Nellie Bell Shepherd with completing his ballot and required assistance with reading and writing. Ms. Johnson claimed he was able to vote for the candidates of his own choosing. However, this is contradictory to what was said during Ms. Shepherd's interview, where she essentially admitted to making candidate selections for her brother without his input. Ms. Shepherd explained how her brother was not capable of making his own candidate selections and felt it was okay for her to do so since she was his sister. The investigator attempted to contact Mr. Johnson. However, at the time of this report, none has been made. The second allegation, investigator interviewed all available witnesses, and there's no evidence to support violations of Georgia election law or state election board rules. Are there any questions or discussion? Potential violations, Nellie Bell Shepherd. There's evidence to suggest Nellie Bell Shepherd violated OCGA 21-568, influencing voter while assisting when she marked and voted her brother Sammy Johnson's absentee ballot without receiving any input from him. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Miss Nellie Bell
Shepherd.
Yes.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Nellie Bell Shepherd. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand in case 2022-361. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Crisp County absentee ballot issue. Case number 2022-297. On October 19th, 2022, the complainant submitted an absentee ballot request via email to the county election office. After not receiving her ballot, the complainant contacted the county election office on November 3rd and spoke with the election supervisor. During the call, the supervisor informed the complainant she had forgot to mail the absentee ballot and how it was too late to do so. The complainant was unable to participate in the November 8th, 2022 general election due to the absentee ballot never being mailed. Are the respondents Becky Perkins or Crisp County Board of Elections present? Present. Are there any questions? Hold on just a sec. In the report, Ms. Perkins emailed a letter of the absentee ballot application request and a letter explaining the measures implemented to better help prevent future issue. Ms. Perkins explained how they now utilize a secondary clerk who double checks the emails in the beginning and end of every day against the report of issued ballots in the voter registration system. In the past, they only had one clerk in charge of absentee ballots. The 2022 election year was a record year for voter participation and their office was overwhelmed. is stated in the report. They will be staffed sufficiently in all future elections. They have never had this issue before and pray it will never happen again. Ms. Perkins has implemented additional measures to better help prevent future issues. Potential violations, there's evidence to suggest Crisp County Board of Elections and Registrations and Becky Perkins violated SEB Rule 183-114.11, mailing and issuance of ballots, when they failed to mail or issue Mary McGar an absentee ballot within 3 business days of receiving her electronic absentee ballot request. Any questions from the board? No. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Washington County, illegal assistance to voters, case number 2022-239. Tab 55. In this complaint, there was a complaint reporting that poll watchers had observed members of a voter assistance group operating at an advanced voting location. The poll watchers alleged the group approached voters who seemed to be physically capable of voting themselves and offered assistance. The poll watchers observed the group help voters fill out their sign-in forms as well as accompany voters to voting booths. It was reported that a poll worker warned the group not to touch the BMD screens. It was alleged that the group was not always filing out the assistant portion of the sign-in forms and had to be instructed by a poll worker to do so. It was alleged that the group members requested 3 ballots to take to voters. It was also alleged that the group may be providing voters with transportation to the polls. Are respondents Sheehan Guyton or Crystal Reeves present?
Who submitted their statements?
Are there any questions or discussion by the board? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to both Crystal and what's Crystal's name? To Cheyenne Guyton and Crystal Reeves.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Cheyenne Guyton and Crystal Reeves. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction concerning case 2022-239 for violation of OCGA 21-2-409A, assisting electors to both respondents. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is Pulaski County. Case number 2022-330. Late absentee ballots were counted. The complaint reports that on November 9th, 2022, Pulaski County received absentee ballots after Election Day, which were allegedly counted after they had already certified the election. The election supervisor said they were going by the envelopes postmarked instead of 7 p.m. deadline on Election Day. Is Pulaski County representative here? Kinsey Mashburn from Pulaski County? The complainant is the Secretary of State. Is there any discussion or questions? The findings reveal that 2 absentee ballots, one for Andrea Lynn Freetrail and one for Gabrielle Castaneda Sanchez, were legitimately returned and counted on October 9th, 2022. The 3rd absentee ballot for Sandra Ellen White was returned on November 9th, the day after the election, and it was counted. The allegation is substantiated. Violation, there's evidence to suggest that Kinsey Mashburn and Pulaski County Board of Elections and Registration violated OCGA 21-2-386, safekeeping, certification, and validation of absentee ballots. When an absentee ballot for Sandra Summers White was accepted and counted at November 9th after the closing of polls on Election Day. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Pulaski County as well as Kinsey Mashburn.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Pulaski County and the supervisor, Kinsey Mashburn. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand for SCB case 2022-330. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is SEB 2022-017, Dooley County Voter Security of Ballots. Voter list and security of ballots. This complaint was received concerning the November 2nd, 2021 municipal election of the city of Lilly. The complaint alleged the following. There are 4 allegations. Allegation 1, the ballots were not secure because they were placed in a box and kept in the same location overnight. Allegation 2, the city election superintendent did not properly maintain the voter list and that the list did not match the number of voters who voted on election day. Number 3, the city election superintendent was the election superintendent while her husband was a candidate on the ballot for re-election. And number 4, that 32 people voted on November 2nd, 2021 municipal election, but the number later jumped to over 40 votes cast. Is there a representative from City of Lilly? No representative. Is there, let's see. Oh, thank you. City of Lilly, Gloria Royal, City Clerk. Is Gloria Royal present? No. Potential violations. There's evidence to suggest Gloria Royal violated OCGA 21-270.1B municipal superintendent's eligibility when she acted as the election superintendent for the city of Lilly during the November 2nd, 2021 municipal election. Ms. Royal was not eligible because her husband, George Royal, was a candidate on the ballot for city council. There is evidence to suggest Gloria Royal violated OCGA 21-101A certification program for county municipal election superintendents when she failed to complete the necessary certification program approved by the Secretary of State. This was verified after reviewing the most recent certifications list and checking with the Secretary of State Operations Supervisor, Rochelle Simmons. Has the board reviewed the 4 allegations?
Yes.
The
I think 1, 2, and 4.
1, 2, and 4 are
Not
listed
sufficient. Do
separately.
we need to, make-
Right, so we'll take these all 4. Number 1 is their motion to dismiss allegation 1.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No, hearing no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Allegation 2, is there a motion to dismiss allegation 2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to dismiss allegation 2. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Is there a motion for allegation 3?
Yes, Madam Chair. I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to the city of Lilly as well as Gloria Royal for allegation number 3.
There's been a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Gloria Royal and the city of Lilly for allegation number 3. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And allegation number 4.
I make a motion that we dismiss allegation number 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to dismiss allegation number 4. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you. Next case is SEB 2022-319, Wilkinson County, requested absentee ballot but never received it. In this complaint, Sarah Holland reported submitting an absentee ballot request via email on November 8th, 2022 general election. After not receiving her absentee ballot, Ms. Holland contacted the Wilkinson County Election Office, where she was told the ballot had been mailed. At the time, Ms. Holland was out of state and was concerned with not meeting the absentee ballot deadline. Ms. Holland expressed her concerns to the Wilkinson County Election Office, but reported the staff member she spoke with to be very unprofessional. Ms. Holland ended up driving 7 hours back home to vote in person. Is there a representative from Wilkinson County or Kelly Chapman, election supervisor for Wilkinson County? Is Sarah Holland present? No. Are there any questions from the board members? No, no questions. Summary of the report, there is evidence to suggest Wilkinson County Board of Elections and Registration and Kelly Chapman violated SEB Rule 183-114.11, mailing and issuance of ballots, when they failed to mail an absentee ballot to a temporary mailing address Sarah Holland provided on her electronic absentee ballot request application. There's evidence to suggest Wilkinson County Elections and Registration and Kelly Chapman violated OCGA 21-500 delivery of voting materials, preservation, and instruction when they failed to retain Sarah Holland's absentee ballot affidavit for the required 24-month retention period. Are there any other questions or discussion about this case? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Wilkinson County and Kelly Chapman.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand to Kelly Chapman and Wilkinson County for violation of OCGA 21-500A and SCB Rule 183-114.11. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is Hancock County. Case number 2022-022, candidate qualifying issue. This complaint was received where a candidate submitted his qualifying paperwork to the Hancock County Elections Office and was qualified. Then his qualification was removed from the Secretary of State's website because his application was received 24 seconds after the 12 noon deadline. The candidate should have been allowed to stay on the ballot. Is there a representative from Hancock County? Gotcha.
Madam Chair, my name is Adam Nelson. I serve as Hancock County's county attorney. And we are here today. I believe that the right outcome was reached after reviewing the material that they had available to them, that in fact his qualification was late. My assessment is that they actually did not follow the statutory procedure. Even if he was late in his qualification, he should have been afforded an opportunity for a hearing to be heard. We did have an interim at the time. Ms. Usenbor is now the election superintendent. Hancock County has handled qualification challenges since then, and we haven't had any hiccups that I know of, at least on qualifications. I don't want to say Hancock County hasn't had hiccups, but as far as this goes, we admit that there were issues, and as a result, I do think it would not be appropriate to dismiss this case. I would request a letter of instruction, though, instead of a letter of reprimand, because we are addressing those issues. And ultimately, the outcome was that he should not have been on the ballot. Doesn't really go with this particular case, but Mr. Reynolds is now a member of the Hancock County Board of Education. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be because it went out that way. We shouldn't be punished as a result. But the concept here, I think, is to provide instruction to the county, and we'll have those issues taken care of in the future.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the attorney? There are no further questions. There's evidence to suggest Hancock County Board of Elections and Barbara Usenbor violated OCGA 21-6 qualifications of electors generally. When Reginald Reynolds was qualified as a candidate for the Hancock County Board of Education District 1 seat, and then his information was removed from the Secretary of State's website without notice or a hearing to challenge his qualifications as a candidate for the May 24th, 2022 general primary election. Do I hear a motion from the board?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Hancock County and Barbara Usenbor for case number 2022-022. Is there any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is case number 2022-104, Stevens County, transfer voters after deadline. This case was open for an investigation after receiving reports from two different complainants regarding potential violations involving Stevens County Election Office. Allegation 1 alleged that the interim election supervisor transferred voters and updated voter addresses on the voter registration system beyond the deadline to receive requests to do so, and after voting had commenced for the May 2022 election. Potential violation of OCGA 21-218C. Allegation 2 is alleged that several returned absentee ballots were not promptly entered into the voter registration system after they had been received by the election office. They found that approximately 35 absentee ballots had not been entered into the computer, giving the voter credit for voting. Allegation 3, there were inconsistencies in the start time announcements for logic and accuracy testing for the May 2022 election. Allegation 4, it was alleged that the tabulation tape from the Stevens County Senior Center polling site was not publicly posted at the location immediately after the close of the polls. Allegation 5, it was that the drop box at the historic courthouse was not properly positioned to ensure its constant supervision and observation. Allegation 6 alleged that the Board of Elections failed to hold a public meeting to certify the May 2022 election results. And allegation 7, individuals were handling the tabulation tapes who had not signed an oath or been properly sworn and permitting them to handle election material. Stephen, is there a representative from Stevens County present? The complainant is Krista Terry present, or Rebecca Bennett? No, no. No, present. Do you have any questions?
No.
Potential violations are allegation 3, Stevens County failed to give proper public notice of LNA testing regarding State Election Board Rule 183-112.08C. And OCGA 21-2-379.25. There's potential violation of allegation 4. Stevens County failed to promptly post a copy of the tabulation tape on the door of a polling place. And six. And allegation 6, violation of OCGA 50-14-1, meetings to be open to the public. Stevens County there did not provide public notices to announce the election certification meeting following the May 2022 general primary. And allegation 7, allowed 2 individuals to handle tabulation tapes who were not employed by the election superintendent or duly sworn poll officers. And an additional violation concerning Stevens County failed to provide the case investigator with documents related to the May 2022 primary when a request was made for documents within the mandated 24-month retention period for election materials. Violation of OCGA 21-2-562 and preservation of primary election documents, violation of OCGA 21273. Is there any discussion or questions? Quite a number of violations.
One time, could I make a motion to dismiss a few as in a group, as a group versus individually?
This would be the time.
Okay. I make a motion that we dismiss allegations number 1, 2, and 5.
Second.
There's a motion to dismiss allegations 1, 2, and 5, and seconded. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
And then I make a motion, I'd like to make the motion that that we issue a letter of reprimand for allegations 3, 4, 6. And then are we gonna call the last one 7? The other, wasn't it like another violation, or was it just 6? Was it just those 3?
Right.
I thought there was one
There
more.
were the 6 allegations, and the investigator
Okay.
considered a violation of the lack of production of documents.
Okay. So let's do, okay, so my motion is to submit a letter of reprimand for allegations 3, 4, and 6.
Okay.
Do that one first.
There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for allegations 3, 4, and 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded for a letter of reprimand for allegations 3, 4, and 6. There's no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And allegation 7 is the
Yeah.
last.
And then I make a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for allegation 7 as well,
Second.
which was added by them.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand for allegation 7. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you. The next case, 2022-277 has been continued at the request of Peach County, I believe. The next case would be 2022-311 Monroe County, use of recording device. This case revolves around a complaint from the Monroe County Election Supervisor, Kay Warren, who stated on 10/27/2022 early voting that was being conducted in the Monroe County Administration Building, Lana and Russ, with an organization called Georgia Transparency, came to the building and while inside filming for a show, captured images of the polling place. The video was then posted on YouTube. Are the respondents Monroe County Board of Elections or Kay Warren present? Is Andrea Goolsby present, the complainant? During the investigation, the findings were that it revealed that on 10/27/2022 during early voting, Georgia Transparency was inside the Monroe County Administrative Building recording. During this process, they did capture on video a voter at a BMD. However, neither the face of the BMD unit nor the printed ballot was captured. It did not appear that the recording of the voter in the unit was intentional. Georgia Transparency was outside the polling room and had a legal right to be where they were recording. The problem arises from the layout of the administrative building. The layout allows for viewing of the lobby floor, the polling room, from open balconies and walkways located on both the second and third floors. The design of this room does not allow for the privacy of the electors and prevention of a person from standing on the balconies and observing and recording electors voting. There's evidence to suggest Monroe County Board of Elections and Registration and Monroe County Election Supervisor Kay Warren violated OCGA 21-2267A polling places arrangement, and that the selection of Monroe County Administrative Building first floor lobby is choosing a first floor lobby as a polling place that does not ensure the privacy of electors while voting. Any questions?
No.
Questions? Entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we dismiss this case. Reason being, it's hard to determine how something is going to look ahead of time. So
there's a motion to dismiss and a second to dismiss this case, 2022-311. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case is 2024-186, Morgan County felony voting. This case investigation is based on complaints received on October 24th, 2024 from Jennifer Doran, Morgan County Election Director, that 2 convicted felons voted or attempted to vote for the November 5th, 2024 general election. In complaint 1, Sheriff Howard Sills, Putnam County, contacted her and advised that a prisoner in the Putnam County Jail awaiting sentencing, Hamilton Wesley Beasley, had his mother come to the facility with his Morgan County absentee ballot in an effort to cast his vote for the November 2024 general election. Sheriff Sills informed Ms. Dorian that Mr. Beasley is already a convicted felon and has been for quite some time. In complaint 2, Mr. Willie Frank Pitts Jr. came in to vote, and it was discovered that he had been identified as a challenged potential felon voter. After signing a non-felon affidavit, Mr. Pitts cast his ballot for the November 2024 general election. Is there Mr. Beasley or Mr. Pitts present, or a representative for Mr. Beasley or Mr. Pitts? Is there a representative from Morgan County Board of Elections or Jennifer Duran present? The investigation did reveal that as a convicted felon, Mr. Beasley did vote absentee by mail during the November 2020 election runoff and October 22 election. Additionally, as a convicted felon, Mr. Beasley requested an absentee ballot through a third party for the November 2024 election. While not meeting the qualifications to register to vote, the complaints are sustained. In complaint number 2, after a result of the investigation, it's determined that Mr. Willie Pitts Jr., while a convicted felon and under supervised probation, signed a non-felon affidavit and submitted a ballot for the November 2024 general election. The complaint is sustained. Are there any questions about this complaint, this case? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion, we send this to the respective DA and Attorney General's office.
There's a motion that there is sufficient evidence of a violation to refer this to the appropriate district attorney and the AG's office. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to refer this case to the DA and AG's office. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is SEB 2022-016, Fayette County residency issue. Secretary of State's office received a complaint regarding multiple voters registered at the same address within the city of Fayetteville. The address in question is 250 Georgia Avenue East, Fayetteville, Georgia, 30214, listing different unit numbers, which has been identified as a U.S. Post Office. Is there a representative from Fayette County? Yes.
Chair and board, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for you. My name is Patrick Stow. I'm with the Fayette County Attorney's Office. And I am here on behalf of the Fayette County Board of Elections. And I also have Miss Brianna Garrett, who is the current Director of Elections for the county.
Thank you.
We've reviewed this. This came to Ms. Garrett's attention last week when we received the notification. She was not the director at the time this occurred. That director was terminated a few years ago. It appears that there was a mix of information coming from DDS and information coming from absentee ballot applications that caused this address to be attached to these voters. I also think because it used a unit instead of PO box, that didn't raise questions because it looked like an apartment or something like that. But I know that after this was brought to the county's attention in 2022, steps were taken to flag these voters and address the issue. A review since last week shows that of those voters, only 2 of them are currently still registered in the county, and both of those have residential addresses associated with them instead of the PO box. We've also taken steps to ensure that there are currently no voters in Fayette County that are registered to any post office in the county.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
That's good.
Are there questions for Fayette County?
No, that's good.
This complaint has a number of respondents listed. Let me just ask if any are here in addition to Fayette County. There's one in the back. Okay. Hello. Would you like to speak? Are you here for this case?
It sounds like they have it covered. I actually changed my address in 2022 when I got the notice.
What's your name?
So I just wanted to come make sure everything was ironed out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And tell me your name, I'm sorry.
Bernard Titus Calder Jr.
Got it.
First page.
First page. Oh, it's right at the bottom line. Thank you, Mr. Calder. Are you still in Fayette County?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a residential address now?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You
all
made
for
my
what you-
day.
Thank you all for what you do. I'm glad that we're continuing democracy in the voting process.
I'm so glad you're here. Okay. Any of the other respondents here? Denise Lynette Arnold Brown, Jeffrey Todd Cameron, Trey Mitchell Cathy, May Frances Dawson, Brianna Simone Miniweather, Rita Jean Knight, Karen Kersaint, Tywandria English, Almeda Dockery, Keisha Diebel, Jaja Laurie Mope, Anthony Myers, River Nile. Okay, another here. Yeah, findings. So that there's sufficient evidence to show the listed individuals, Denise Brown, Jeffrey Cameron, Trey Cathy, Bernard Calder, May Shadibel, Almeda Dockery, Tawandra English, Karen Kersaint, Rita Knight, Brianna Miniweather, Jaja Mope, Anthony Myers, River Nile, and Christopher Walker. Violated rules for determining residency, OCGA 21-2-217A1. And there's sufficient evidence to show that Denise Brown, Almeda Dockery, Tawandra English, Rita Knight, Anthony Myers, and River Nile voted in one or more elections while using the address of 250 Georgia Avenue, Fayetteville, a post office establishment. Are there any questions?
No. You said all of these individuals listed have already been, it's already been rectified. Yeah. Okay.
I would suggest that Mr. Calder should be dismissed. I'm so glad he came.
I know. I was gonna, yep.
Do I hear a motion to dismiss Mr. Calder from this complaint?
So moved.
So maybe there's a motion and a second to dismiss Mr. Calder from this complaint. No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. For the rest of the complaints, is there a motion?
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction
Second.
For the rest of the respondents?
Respondents, yes.
So for the rest of the respondents, there's been a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you, Fayette. Next case. Oh, I'm lost. Too many pages. Next case is SCB 2022-100 Fayette County spoiled ballot issue. On May 31st, 2022, Fayette County submitted a complaint regarding a poll manager placing a spoiled ballot in the scanner. Would Fayette be prepared to speak to that?
Good afternoon again. Patrick Stow again with the Fayette County Attorney's Office. Again, we found out about this last week for the first time from Ms. Garrett's perspective. So we did some looking into what happened, and it appears that there had been a paper jam, and that caused a second ballot to be printed, and that ballot should have been spoiled, right? should have been spoiled. However, the poll manager later that evening discovered an error in her numbers. And so she, for some reason, scanned that ballot in, which she should not have done. So it did lead to that ballot being scanned twice. After that, that poll manager was terminated and is no longer with the county. Are there any other questions about?
Any other questions? I don't know why the poll manager scanned that spoil ballot. And is there a complainant present? Yes.
My name's Anita Carter. I'm the poll manager that was accused of doing this. Prior to the election, I had never been a poll manager before. I had worked previous elections in Clayton County, and I had worked as a clerk in Fayette County once that I remember. And prior to this election, I was only given 2 hours of clerk training, no managerial training. And they knew that I was a first-time poll manager. I also had 100% all new crew, never had worked an election before. I asked if additional training was available. And because in Clayton County, we had to go through 3 different trainings as managers, as opposed to just the 1 clerk training. I was told no, there was no additional training available because they couldn't pay me for my time and it wouldn't be worth it. So Monday, the day before the election, I picked up the poll material and I spent 5 hours setting up the poll at the church that I was working at. The poll opened on Tuesday morning on time. And there were a lot of questions because all of my help didn't really know what they were doing. Sometime mid-morning, 9 or 10 o'clock, there was a paper jam. A female voter alerted me of a paper jam in a printer at a voting station. She stated that the previous voter had left the station with the paper jam present. And she asked if I could fix it. So I went over and I fixed the paper jam. The ballot printed out. It was not a secondary ballot. It was the original ballot that printed out. I held on to the ballot initially, but I noticed that the hourly voting numbers were not adding up. So the poll pad and the election, the machines, those 2 numbers added up. The scanner was off by 1. And I knew that it was that ballot because it never got counted. And I just assumed or deduced that the voter thought that she had voted and she took her card out and she left. And did not put her original ballot in the machine. So being a logical person, I put the ballot into the machine, into the scanner, because I knew that it had not been counted. And when I did, all the numbers lined up for that hour. So I felt like I did the right thing. I didn't know that I had done anything wrong. I did what I felt was correct because that voter would have, if I would have marked that ballot spoiled, that voter's vote would have never counted. But also my numbers would have been off for the rest of the day and nothing would have added up. So I felt like I did the right thing. And I didn't even know I had done anything wrong until I called the office about another issue that happened, an IT issue. And I mentioned, well, we had a paper jam earlier. I took care of it though. It's all good. And that's when they yelled at me and said, no, you shouldn't have done this. And I'm like, what did I do? I don't understand. And so that's kind of how it came about. I understand I made a mistake. I didn't know I made a mistake. I did what I thought was correct to do at the time. But having basically no training, this being my first time as a poll manager and last, I might add, I was not terminated. I told them I will happily never volunteer again to be a poll manager. And honestly, it's an election by election basis, whether you're hired You have to reapply every time and get rehired and update all of your information. So, so I told them that because of this situation, I felt like I had not been supported by Fayette County by being given the proper training. And then also when I was notified that they were basically throwing me under the bus by filing this, I told them that I was good. I don't need to volunteer to do this anymore because I have to take a vacation day from my job. I have a full-time job, which I'm also having to take vacation time from to be here. So, it was a mistake. It was a human error. Nothing was done intentionally. Had I not mentioned it, in all honesty, no one would have known because the numbers lined up. It made sense. So,
Thank you, Ms. Carter. The investigative report said they had not been able to have contact with you. I appreciate your coming today and speaking with us today. Are there any other questions for Fayette or Ms. Carter? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Anita Carter
Yes.
for
So,
for
Being efficient and breaking the law or the rule.
Thank you, Note, for trying your best. For a violation of OCGA 21-436, and SCB Rule 183-112.12. Is there any further discussion? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is SEB 2022-247. Fayette County, you're still here. Paper issue. The
Was this before
complaint-
you two?
The complaint is the Secretary of State opened an investigation following a self-reported incident. Thank you, Fayette County, for regarding a poll worker who failed to ensure the required security paper was placed in the ballot marking device printers. The poll worker mistakenly put regular copy paper into the BMD printer. Voters printed their ballots and were able to scan their ballots into the ICPs. Scanner tabulators. The regular copy paper ballots went through the ICP with no problems and it counted the voter's vote. This is a potential violation of 21-372. So Fayette County, would you like to speak? Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep.
Again, my name is Patrick Stow with the Fayette County Attorney's Office. Again, this happened under a previous elections director, so our information that we have is just based on the records that we can glean. It appears that this occurred at a time when, during early voting, when the application had to be filled out before the voting, so that was what was printed out on regular copy paper. Now we don't have any reason to have regular copy paper at a polling place, so this shouldn't happen again. And I think that's a rule that's been mandated from this point on. And so that's what we've been able to determine in this case.
Okay, thank you. It's very easy to take a ream of paper and just pop it in a printer and thinking it's okay, rather than the security paper that's required now. The complainant, Brian Hill, is Brian Hill present?
That was the previous elections director.
Oh, that, okay. Oh, so it's self-reported?
It was so.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss this case, considering there's all new people and, You seem like you know what to do.
And you know not to use
Right.
regular copy paper. Thank you. There's a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to dismiss case 2022-247 Fayette County. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is SEB 2022-286 Fayette County, illegal assistance to voter. This investigation followed a self-reported online complaint from Fayette County regarding a voter who took a ballot out of a polling place. Poll manager to scan the invalid ballot. This is a violation of 21-2434. The respondent, Lori Sims, is Lori Sims here, the poll manager? No.
It doesn't appear that she is.
Okay, Fayette County then.
And I don't think that we're listed as a respondent on this one, and I don't really have more information than what's provided in the report. I do believe that Ms. Sims is still working as a poll manager. I think there was a good degree of retraining that she underwent, and we haven't had any issues since then, but she is currently still working as a poll manager. I don't think, is it a poll manager? Yes, a poll manager. I don't know that Ms. Garrett was aware of this issue until last week, however, so we're gonna reevaluate based on that.
Was Ms. Sims, did she undergo some training or,
I believe she had some retraining as a
Retraining.
result of this.
okay,
And she's generally considered one of our best people, so.
okay. So you don't want to lose her?
Okay, good.
The voter that was allowed to return was referred to in the investigative report as UFCV. That's unidentified Fayette County voter. It's a hard report to read.
Yes.
And what in the world?
I know. I thought the same thing.
All right, so the potential violations, there is sufficient evidence to suggest that Lori Sims was in violation when the ballot was taken from the polling place and brought back and allowed to be scanned. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction to Lori Sims.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Lori Sims. And a second concerning OCGA 21-413C. And 21-574. And 21-434. Is there any other discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next case is 2024-235 Fayette County, unauthorized handling of ABM absentee ballot in the 2024 general election. Just for the people that are following the agenda, 2024-234 has been continued to the January meeting. So this is case 2024-235. An investigation was opened regarding this complaint following a referral from Brianna Garrett who stated that she was notified by a poll worker that an employee of Edison Research took an absentee ballot from an individual after 7 p.m. This alleged offense is in violation of OCGA 21-2-385, procedure for voting by absentee ballot, advance voting. Is Carla Knobler here? Or Tondrika Jordan, poll manager?
So, again, Patrick Stout, the Fayette County Attorney's Office, we did report this incident based on the actions of Ms. Knobler. But there was also in the report some violations identified against Fayette County. And I guess Ms. Jordan, who is not a poll manager, that's misinformation. And there's actually a good bit of it in here and that I want to clarify. This did not happen at a polling place. This happened at the general elections office on elections night. There's an area of the lobby where people wait to receive election results, and that's why that reporter was there. Ms. Jordan was the deputy registrar at the time. She was sitting at the desk, which is on the other side of the wall, and there's a window there. So nobody had access to any part of the elections office. They were just in the lobby. There's another part of the elections office, which is used for tabulation and all that. And there is a public viewing area for that, but that's somewhere else in the building. But this was not at a polling place. And then there's also a statement about how we didn't keep records of the ballot. And I don't exactly know what they were asking for there. We do have the actual ballot itself, which has been sent to the Secretary of State's office, or not the county clerk's office. Oh, it's been sent to the board. Okay, that's been sent to you. And we have just the general reports that we keep for spoiled ballots, but I don't know that there would have been any other incident report, and no chain of custody because it was handed directly to staff at the elections office. So I just wanted to correct those misconceptions.
Thanks. Because of these discrepancies, would you want us to continue this and have it rewritten by the Secretary of State investigators?
Well, I mean, I don't believe that there was any action by the board that would need to be brought up before you. I mean, if that's what the board wishes, we're fine with that. But yeah, we're open to a continuance. If that's the case.
I have a motion to continue this, and we'll have perhaps they could talk to you and clear up the discrepancies.
Some of these discrepancies were discussed with them. I have copies of emails where we clarified much of this information, but it still made it into the report this way.
Okay. We have a motion to continue this case.
So moved.
Is there a second?
That's second.
There's a motion and a second to continue this case to resolve the discrepancies between the report and Fayette County's understanding of the actions that occurred. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The next case and last case of the day beg your pardon?
They're on Zoom.
Oh, they're on Zoom. Is case number 2022-339, Newton County tabulation issue, the 2022 general election. And I think we have a Zoom call in. And who is on Zoom? Newton, Newton County?
They're not Zoom.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
It's a complaint.
who's on Zoom?
Oh, we're on 339.
Oh, okay. So Newton County, you're here. Welcome. Well, maybe you're not last. But speak, please share with us. Turn it on.
Thank you, board members. This is Karen Pashuta. I represent Newton County. I have with me Angela White Davis. She is the director for Newton County. This began with an error. It was actually not county staff that's did this error. It was the Dominion staff were there and were scanning absentee ballots. There were several Dominion reps in the Newton County office that night helping. It was caught later in reconciliation. The county has taken steps now. It hasn't reoccurred again, but also now whether it's Dominion or staff member, whoever's scanning those absentee ballots, someone is standing with them to make sure every batch is accepted. So what we believe happened is the Dominion rep, batch 33, what it should have been 33, it didn't accept it. You know, it kicks out the entire batch. Didn't accept, he set it aside, wrote 33 on it, didn't, for whatever reason, didn't notice that it didn't accept and didn't send the results, put the next batch in, that went through, and then the machine says 33, he wrote 33 again. So that first batch labeled 33 did not go through. During reconciliation, obviously the number of absentee ballots that were returned and accepted was off. It was off by, I believe, 64 votes. So she immediately pulled out all of them to figure, and then as she was going through the staff, saw 32, 33, 33, and realized that that's where the error occurred. So Ms. Davis can explain maybe some of the, if you have any questions, what she's taken to make sure that these steps, but importantly, there's now 2 people watching as things get scanned in to make sure that each batch gets accepted as appropriate. It hasn't occurred again. What we would ask is either a letter of instruction or at most a letter of reprimand be issued.
I would be interested in Ms. Davis describing what she's doing so that this doesn't occur again.
What we are doing now is let me start from the very beginning. When we start opening up the absentee ballots, I usually have them in batches and 50 at a time. So we'll put the cover sheet over it, and when going to the ICC, because that's where the paper ballots are scanned, making sure I have a staff member, if not myself, not running around. When it comes out, making sure that that correct number is placed on top. We then take it and put it in a secure box, but before the end of the night, I'm going back through 1, 2, 3, and making sure that they're stacked up correctly. So it was an honest miss, but it has not happened again, so we're good.
And you have a somebody scanning and then somebody watching to sort of a second set of eyes to make sure each batch is accounted for.
Yes, so when the batch comes out, the cover sheet goes on, the number is written, that person is walking it over to be secure. But we're also logging it. So we have a batch log sheet where we're going 1, 2, 3 ourselves.
Okay, and not duplicating batch names
no.
or numbers.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Any questions? Questions? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Newton County elections regarding violation of State Election Board Rule 183-112.12 and OCGA 21-2-386, processing of absentee ballots. Is there any other discussion, any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. All right, we have one.
Yeah. Case, it was a case that was dismissed yesterday. He's on Zoom. Reading what he pulled.
So There, yes, thank you. There is a request from a complainant from a case that was dismissed yesterday, and the complainant that would requested to speak. So we will reconsider this case number if I have a motion to reconsider.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, motion and second to reconsider case number 2022-324 to hear the complainant. They're on Zoom, is that right?
Darius Carter.
Darius Carter. Mr. Carter, are you on?
I think he's on mute.
Mr. Carter, we can't hear Mr. Carter.
On the phone.
Hear us.
Carter.
Yeah. This, yeah. Okay.
Right, thank you. I don't know why my microphone is not working.
All right, Mr. Carter. We heard you had a request to speak regarding this case. Could you please share with us what you would like to say and be as brief as possible? Thank you.
You said brief as
Proceed.
possible?
Yeah.
Yes. You have something like, say, do it now.
Yes, so I was working for the Board of Elections in, I want to say the fall of 2022, went through Happy Faces. And we had a complaint come through for the voter. I think their name was Stephen Carvalho, or their alternative name was Stephen Boyd. It was on their precinct card, but on their hard copy that they would process. It was somewhere on October 27th and October 28th, in the last 2 weekdays of that week. Everyone was right before, we finished up for the 4th. Basically, when the data entry tried to get it through, we made the hard copy, but they could not find it. I saw it myself. So did Khalik Ballard, who's working data entry. He sits next to me in the office. We're behind the AV room of the Peachtree building. 131. And he said he processed it, and there was another person behind me at the computer said they saw it, but it bounced out of, as it would say, the problem to the process thing. So.
Their mics off. Separate.
You there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you back up like 2 sentences?
I was saying, and I was with the team for data entry on the days of October 27th and October 28th of that year, 2022. We were from Thursday to Tuesday, I want to say the end, so the conclusion of October up till our last day lead up to the election, whenever all the ballots leave the office, we had a complaint for Stephen Boyd, or AKA Stephen Carvalho. And they were complaining, saying that they could not find their hard copy to their ballot, but the ballot had a process status under it. Chief Marshall and her deputy were looking for her, and they made that the focal point from from that period, Thursday to Tuesday. And Thomas Johnson, he said he came to us directly and asked for that ballot, and it was given to him on, I believe on the Tuesday, if not the Monday before all this change. So Khalik Ballard, who sat next to me in that office, he processed it. That was his function. And there was another person who said they saw the name before giving it to him to get into that status. My specific instruction was to sort the hard copies and put the cover sheet over them and put them in a palette of when they have what issue they have. I don't have a sheet in front of me for the check marks and the categories, but I was officially pulled in to see that. And when Thomas Johnson asked about it, it gave it to him. It was no problem. But then the next day, he came and asked us about it, and we told him we gave it to you. He kept trying to tell the chief that, you know, he couldn't find it, but it was in his hands last. And I was in the office with them asking them, okay, what are the consequences of this whole thing? And they said they would get criminally charged for voter fraud. That person's still looking for their things. They have to find that hard copy. And the more, at that point, my official duty was not to be in the office. I was actually used in all three places and was prompted to be the first temporary employee to be officially crossed into the office among the higher ranks. And TJ felt threatened by that. He ended up trying to tell them that I did have something to do with it and had me dismissed in the next day before I can confess everything to the board. I let them know at Happy Faces what was going on, and they said they were investigating into it, but nothing, you know, was done about it. But I didn't want Chief Marshall to get any kind of reprimand or anything for that situation when she has no idea what's going on unless Thomas tells her what's happening. And he specifically mishandled that stuff, and there were 3 witnesses that all knew what happened to that ballot. So if I'm going to imagine that my problem was, I can imagine that it had to be some other people who were having that same complaint. There were no clerks or anyone flagged for insubordination or anything in this process. So he was entirely trying to clean house with whoever saw the way that he navigated the system. I had a more of a description of everything that was going on because there were a lot of discrepancies up to the former deputy chief. I remember her last name was Robinson, but the problem with the situation is that Mr. Jose Zunin, who was an investigator for you all, he lost the case. And another person came in to try to pick up the case from me, but they fumbled the paperwork that I sent in. Unfortunately, I can't go back to my sent emails beyond 2023 for some reason on my Yahoo email, but I had laid out a whole description of what happened from the late August, all the way to the beginning of November, where there were potentially some issues with voter fraud. Hard copy ballots.
Mr. Carter, thank you for speaking with us. It's certainly not real easy to understand everything that's being said through the phone, through the microphone, and the feedback that we have here right now. But it may be prudent for the board to reconsider this case and continue it so that we can investigate further for what you're trying to convey about this case. So, is there a motion?
Yeah. So I make a motion that we continue this case. And if Mr. Carter can provide that documentation via email to be added, that way we can review it.
I believe you first would have to make a motion to reconsider.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I make a motion to reconsider our original dismissal.
Right. There's a motion to reconsider case 2022-324. Is there a second? And a second. There's a motion and a second to reconsider case 2022-324. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 3-0.
And then to follow it up, I now make a motion to continue case number 2022-324 until the January 21st meeting.
So there's a motion to continue case 2022-324 and represent this at the January meeting. Is there a second? And there's a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
That concludes the cases to be heard today. Thank you, everyone that is here, for your patience and perseverance. And we really are glad to be able to consider and resolve a lot of these cases. Now on to the rest of the agenda. This is the time in the agenda for public comments. I believe we have 3 sign-ups for public comment. Director
Okay.
Mills.
This time, if you call your name out, you just come to the left and sign up. You'll have 2 minutes. And the first name is George Balbona is signed up first, then Nicole Wessel. And then I think Mr. Ralph O'Connor, were you signed up as well? Okay.
Ron.
All right. I'm going to say something really obvious, and it's so obvious you may never have really thought about it. The people own the law. The public owns the law. Okay? Remember that. To contrast that, the way you know it's wrong, that's correct, and something else would be wrong. Let's think about LexisNexis owns the law. Yeah, that didn't fly. But in Georgia versus publicresource.org, that's what they took all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. And their argument was that they owned the law because LexisNexis wrote the annotations. Okay, that's crazy town. And SCOTUS shut it down. And here's the problem. I'm just going through Title 21. Okay? And I noticed when I was doing some research for a case that I had yesterday that there was the photo rule 2. And here's the law, this little part right here, okay? And then these are the editor's notes. There's 17 footnotes for something brand new. I'm like, that's crazy. So I started looking for this. There's 57 instances of these 17 footnotes. You know what it is? It's the preamble for SB 202. We really don't need to have 85 and a half pages of it in our laws, okay? So then I started looking some more. In Title 21, 44 judicial decisions were removed. They're gone, okay? So I was like, that's odd. And that's from 2021 to 2024. So I looked up cited in, okay? You look at 2021 edition, you get 98 hits. You look now, 0. I think LexisNexis is a little butthurt that the Supreme Court says you have to supply this law has to be provided for free to the people. Okay? The legislators, they work for us. When they make this law, this is their work product.
Yep,
It belongs
15
to us. Okay? We need to get someone new publishing our code. LexisNexis ain't it. Maybe Westlaw. They do a real good job. All right. But this is from the Supreme Court. In democracy, the people are the constructive authors of the law. You got a quick thing. Anyway, what I gave you is the code revision commission and committee members. We really ought to talk to them, ask them what the hell's going on.
Thank you. Nicole Wessel. She's not here. And let's see, Mr. Ralph O'Connor. And then Mr. Favorito is after him, I believe.
Good afternoon. My name's Ralph O'Connor. I want to make a small correction to what I said yesterday. It was very late, a long day. I misspoke when I said I taped the zero tape and the closing tapes to the front door of our church. And those of you that are in the know that's not true. Only the closing tapes get posted there. And I found in our training manual that we use for this November election, the biggest print in the manual says all tapes must be signed. This is for the zero tapes. There's another page for the closing tape. So I don't know when it happened, but Fulton County fixed that problem. One of the other issues that you wrestled with over the last couple days is voters not updating their addresses. I have a couple suggestions for that the legislature change OCGA 21-2-26A, which for some reason says precinct cards must be sent by non-forwardable first-class mail. That means if you move and you give the post office your new address, you're not going to get a precinct card by state law. That doesn't make any sense to me. If we want people to change their addresses, there's a place on the precinct card that says, if you move, here's how you change your address. Second suggestion is improve the ability of the Secretary of State and the counties to send reminders to voters, not by snail mail also, but by text or email. Fulton County is already exploring this. When I was treasurer of a small nonprofit that runs our church's monthly bingo, the Secretary of State's corporate division sent me several emails every January through March reminding me of the deadline to renew our corporate registration. So SOS Big Picture knows how to do this. The election people need to do it. I think that would help if we sent reminders out to folks. Hey, there's an election coming up. You've moved, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. Mr. Favorito?
Thank you. I would like to first commend the board and the staff for how hard that y'all have worked to reduce this case backlog that you have. And the backlog, for the record, was not created by this board. It was created by the most controversial election in Georgia history in 2020. And thank you for working so hard on that. I also want to thank you for allowing the complainants of these extreme issues, cases of fraud and irregularities, such as Fulton County as presented by David Cross and Jason Frazier. I want to thank you for allowing them to speak. You might remember that I requested that Mr. Cross speak on another one of his cases, and he even sent a letter from an attorney explaining that he had a right to speak. But the chairman, current chairman, refused to allow him to speak on one of his other cases. You also might remember that the chairman, back on July 9 of 2024, called an inappropriate executive session to try to prevent expert witness testimony that we made from becoming on the public record. When that didn't work, the chairman also went and then tried to not close the meeting properly. I know y'all remember this incredibly well. And when you tried to do that, you ended up in a lawsuit. What he was trying to do there, I believe, is to expunge our testimony. If he had not closed that meeting correctly, left it open, that would have expunged all the expert witness testimony from the July 9 meeting. So I've told the chairman before in public comments, I believe his actions were subversive to the board and to election security. And I just wanted to let you know that in our recently released election security recommendations to the House, we recommended that the General Assembly replace him. Thank you.
It'll be up to the chair. Mr. Schrader, did you want to speak for 2 minutes? Oh, okay.
Thank the board again. It's just a tremendous time in my life. We've been fighting this stuff for years, and we finally see light. It's like I've almost drowned one time. When I come above water, it was good to breathe air. We're breathing air again. Yesterday, we had a financial situation towards the people who committed these horrendous crimes. I'm just begging that no amount of money can fix things. What we need, for examples, is prison. They need to be tried for high crimes. Everyone that was involved. Elections are the most important thing in our society. We found that out. Please, prison. Another thing, Garland brought to my attention that the state election board lost its authority over the Secretary of State around 2006, maybe. HR 1112 took your authority away from the Secretary of State. There's not much sense in having a board if you can't be authorized over the Secretary of State. He needs a leash on him. And well, I just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next part on the agenda.
Right. Thank you for the comments. Moving on to old business. The first item is table business from November 12th, 2025 meeting, SEB 2023-025.
Madam Chair, due to the fact that we don't have all members present, I would like to continue that or table it for the next meeting in January. That item.
Member King would like to continue this item, table it till the next meeting.
Yes.
See, you got Mr. Rossi here.
No, he's gone. He left.
Oh, yeah. No, he's here.
Considering this item, SEB 2023 and 025, I would like to, at this time, make a motion to ratify the subpoena that was issued in November of 2024 for documents from this case pertaining to the irregularities and inconsistencies in this case involving Fulton County. There was some mention or question about who actually holds the documents, who retains the documents, who has possession of the documents, who's in custody of the documents. The point of the subpoena was to get the documents, whether it's held by the clerk of the court or Fulton County Board of Elections and Registrations. The subpoena was issued to both parties, and I would like to ratify the motion to obtain the documents, whether it be from the clerk of the court or Fulton County BRE at this time. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we ratify the subpoena as requested.
There's been a motion to ratify the subpoena for documents from either or and Fulton County BRE or the clerk of the court, whoever has the authority or possession or custody of or access to. Since we're dancing around this in the court, I don't want there to be any question that the issue is the board, the state election board is requesting the documents and certainly would not want to be tripped up by some slight of wording.
Right.
So is there a second? There's a motion and a second for this request for this ratification of the subpoena. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Now, is there a motion to table this discussion?
So moved.
There's a second motion and a second to table further discussion of SEB 2023-025. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none other, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next item on the agenda is social media I continue to try to bring up the idea of having a social media site for the state election board, if for nothing else than to be able to post our next meeting date or our next meeting time or our next meeting location or the next election or the next runoff election, just simply the ability to post information without having to go through the 10-step gatekeeper that we currently have to go to and the delay that results from getting permission, approval, IT, and posting. So I would like to make a motion that we plan to set up a social media site for the state election board for not for our opinions, but for factual posting of information that benefits the respondents, the complainants, the attendees that are interested in these meetings and come to these meetings, or those that are simply watching remotely. So I make a motion that we pursue a social media site for the state election board.
So moved.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to pursue this. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. The last item on the old business is state election board members, staff, government email accounts, SOS government email accounts, and the resolution of obtaining that. At the last meeting, we had requested the emails from former state election board members and employees to be turned over or provided to the state election board for our document preservation and retention that we are still needing because we received open records requests. And we are still having difficulty obtaining this information from our prior employees and our prior board members. Chairman Verveer was tasked with seeking and obtaining this on behalf of the board, but he's not here. He still has not been able to, or has not communicated with me or I think any other board member. So this is not resolved as far as I know. So we'll need to table this until the next meeting.
Yep. I make a motion. Oh.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I make a motion that we table the discussion around obtaining previous board members and staff information for retention.
Is there a second? It's motion and a second to table the discussion and the business of obtaining the old emails. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 3-0. On to new business. The next state election board meeting currently has been scheduled for January 21st, 2026, 9 a.m. in the historic Barrow County Courthouse on 30 North Broad Street in Winder, Georgia. The courthouse has been secured for us with some security. Georgia State Patrol being present to provide security. It has the audiovisual things that we need, and we're looking forward to that. The reason we need to schedule in some other places because General Assembly will be in session and all of these rooms will be in use. But it's an opportunity for us to actually reach another part a little bit away from Atlanta to perhaps we'll have some new attendees join us at a meeting. So stay tuned. It's all reserved and I know Member Gazal is not opposed to that. I have not heard from Chairman Verveer. And is there any other business? Oh, one, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stop and, first of all, acknowledge, Madam Chair, what an excellent job you have done with no notice. And I've not counted them specifically, but I would give a rough estimate that this board has made decisions on right around over 170 in the last 2 days under your leadership. And that is quite a contrast to what has happened in the past. And I want to say that just as serving in the position that I serve in, you have supported me and the staff. And watching the way that you have conducted these meetings, I noticed personally that you voted on every single measure. A chairman has a right to not vote on anything or to cherry pick and choose what they will vote on and what they won't vote on. And you chose the difficult road. But I admire that, and I want to say thank you. You voted on every single measure, and I appreciate the hard work of this board, and just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hearing no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Oh, thank goodness. I hope there was going to be a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you dare say no.
Gavel.